to the max. To the max.
Peace.
To the max.
Okay. Welcome everybody. Thank you for joining as we get into it here. Yes, indeed. Excellent timing as always. Isn't it just the timing of it all? It's always just so perfect. Yeah, I guess we're not surprised by this, right? This whole predictive lesser magic programming of sorts. We're going to touch on it a bit just as an aspect of the little stream today. We're going to do our little weekly extra stream. Patreon locals, welcome. Today I had to add something to it. It was going to be a little more chill, a little more random. And maybe we'll do another one of those this week. But today I had to switch it up and make it a little more structured, a little more specific, due to this new series, this new Netflix series that's out. And as well as some developments regarding this issue of cyber attacks and, the cyber polygon. But I really want to add some of my own perspectives to it and present some directions I think this is leading us towards. And I'd like to follow up a little bit on some of the topics we covered on episode 88. I want to follow up on some of that with a few more documents as we build this case against this transhumanist future that they are developing. As we build this case, I'd like to just present more and more documents and other parts and other pieces of research to provide evidence for what's actually happening here. It's truly a transhumanist / post-humanist future they're developing right now. And it's been in the works for decades now, even. Regarding the technology, I guess regarding the philosophy and the worldview, it's been much longer than that. Welcome guys. But yeah, I want to show you some of these things because we're building this case. I've been researching this stuff especially since COVID, uh, because there's all these new technologies that have been added to the research. So, uh, especially 2024, it's going to be so significant regarding economy and biotechnology. And it could be this groundbreaking year, similar to how 2023 has been a groundbreaking year for artificial intelligence. 2024 could be a groundbreaking year for more artificial intelligence development, of course, but also into this type of Web3 blockchain kind of a new internet world that they're developing. And this could just given what we're seeing, they always present these things ahead of time. This could be setting us up for that transitional crisis of sorts through some type of the potential of a type of cyber attack. Now, I want to show you some little bits and pieces I have here of the puzzle, which it just looks like, as they normally do, they sprinkle out little messages. And when we say they, I know sometimes it's hard to really pin down and narrow down what do you mean. But when we look at the overall international agendas, right? When we look at the sustainability efforts, or what they call the digital transformation, the electrification and digitization of the earth, right? When we look at a major project like that, that's international. Okay, every world power, every at least every developed world quote unquote power is on the move, in the process of developing this transition in their regions. And when we take an aggregate of this, it's the entire earth. Okay, so this is one way of considering the they, right? As far as full on digitization. And it is my belief that a major component here in this digitization is the destruction, first by way of deconstruction, of God's creation through his image, the deconstruction of God's image in man, okay, also known as the transhumanist agenda. Okay, so for me, a man of the faith, and for my worldview, I personally believe I can have a good understanding of what some of these things are actually describing, because through our worldview, we have answers for these things and guidance for them. And one major part of this is obviously the deconstruction of mankind and his image. And when we understand that man is made in God's image, for this image to be deconstructed, destroyed, inverted, transformed, mutated, etc., and then added to that, given the fact that Satan runs this earth, he is the author of confusion on this earth and leader of the world. It all makes perfect sense. And then we can consider the pushing away of the faith, the watering down of the faith, the misrepresentation of the faith that we see in all of these pushes towards, Christian nationalism and all of these pseudo facade Christians we see in the Republican right and, in the mega church, etc., and the whole realm of churchianity. It's obvious that not only is man being deconstructed and rehabilitated, or as they would say, perfected through this extropian pursuit of techno-man cyborgs, but also the concept of religion and the faith in it of itself is in a sense being deconstructed and reconstructed into this new age nominalism of Christianity, this new age nominal Christianity that's watered down but then mixed with a little bit of perennialism, all in pursuit of this unification, this universal world religion under a type of supernatural being God that could be a computer or whatever, right? Anyhow, I see these things moving towards this direction. With the changing of man, the changing of his image, what we also see is the deconstruction, reconstruction, rehabilitation of the environment as well, the physical material space that we live in, our habitat, right? So we see this happening on the ground level, and we also see it happening in the what they would call atmospheric level, I guess, if we consider projects of space, etc., NASA, blah blah blah. But what I'm more so focused on, because and again, it's hard to really know for sure, but I believe a lot of what we're told about these space projects and things going on in the atmospheres have something to do with more of a spiritual thing than what we're told about space. Now, I do understand we have to, in order to understand some of these things, it always depends on the paradigm from which you're moving. So, in my understanding, I focus on uh, a Christian form of anthropology, right? A biblical anthropology. So my anthropology that gives me understanding for mankind, man's culture, man's nature, man's origin, right? His form is a biblical anthropology. It's not a Darwinian anthropology, right? That would lead me to be moved by scientism. That would lead me to look at a type of naturalist perspective regarding embodiment, like the naturalist body, right? It would lead me to fall for macroevolutionary nonsense, right? I don't come from a Darwinian or naturalist or materialist anthropology. I move from a biblical anthropology, and also I move from a biblical or Christian cosmology. Okay, so in this way, I have a specific view on what one would consider or describe as the cosmos. So, from a biblical cosmology, I would not be able to fall victim to, say, multiverses, right? I would not fall victim to simulation theories. I would not fall victim to all of these concepts of universes and exponential nothingness, etc., as well as different concepts of interplanetary activity and dynamics. Yes, Lord, interpretation or hermeneutic, right? So it depends on what type of hermeneutic you use to understand or interpret it, through interpretation, definitions, meanings, causation, purpose, etc. Right. So I think it's imperative that we understand what our hermeneutic systems are, and I do understand that in many cases we are coming from different types of paradigms, using different forms of hermeneutics to understand the concepts and the problems and issues we're discussing. In those cases, we will definitely have conflict, confusion, and misunderstandings. But I think if we understand the hermeneutics, the paradigms from which we're understanding things, especially if we can understand that we have different paradigms, and this is just to lay down where I'm coming from, but also to give people tools to understand these kind of conversations they might have with family or friends or other people, right? It's important to have this understanding of paradigm and understanding of hermeneutic and interpretation ahead of time. It's good to have this understanding ahead of time so you don't have to deal with, anger, emotional bickering, fighting, and misunderstandings. And sometimes you'll be able to know right away when you won't have to waste your breath or hold on to your pearls, as it were, right? Sometimes when you're aware of these things, you'll know right away when to stop going further with an individual, okay? And it's even worse when the individual you're having a conversation with has no understanding about these ideas at all as far as their paradigm that they use to think, uh, or the hermeneutic system that they use to interpret certain things. So I come from a biblical anthropology, a biblical cosmology, but I also think it's important to have an understanding of soteriology, right? The relationship with man and his creator. Okay, and there's more to this that we'll eventually get into as we break these things down. But I just want to lay down some fundamental groundworks for how we even come to the ideas and decisions and judgments and perspectives that we do. Okay, I think this is important whenever we're thinking, uh, debating, analyzing, observing. We always have to be aware of the foundations of these things, because without the foundations, these things can't be built, can't be developed. Right. So, as we move into this, I think it's important to put some of these ideas out. So when we say, oh, this is a transhumanist agenda, oh, they're trying to disfigure and transform the human form. Oh, they're bringing in the mark of the beast through this type of encapsulating digital hyper networked system of sensors and biological matter. When we talk about these things through our paradigm, we will be able to describe exactly why and how, right? At least to our best ability, because in this world, especially certain things that are metaphysic, we can't really objectively prove through empiricism. So it always comes down to, of course, inductive reasoning, right? Which is a major aspect, if not the presupposition to deductive reasoning. But also, I think what it does is it gives us the opportunity to be as consistent as we possibly can. And from that point, that's really all we really can work with, right? Is consistency, sound arguments, cogency, etc. So if you're working from this position from the outset, you're always going to have, or at least be strong in your approach, and you can have confidence in your conclusions. And to be honest, the majority of people today have none of that. Consider none of that, or even aware of any of that. Okay. So for me, intellectual honesty and sincerity is paramount when addressing any issue that is life-changing, civilization level informing, especially anything regarding people's health, regarding people's spiritual health, and their minds, their understandings, right? All of these things are extremely important to me. So I just want to make sure that you guys understand where I'm coming from and how I'm coming, if you know what I'm trying to say here as far as foundation, right? How is this even coming about? All right. So the cyber attacks, right? I thought this was interesting. And for some time now, we've been discussing this idea of China. We've had the Russia, right? The Russia. Now the China thing. And this, for me, what it's like leveraging competition, right? Let's all compete against each other, moving towards this singular direction. We're all moving towards a type of singularity, right? So let's use this kind of false sense of competition as a way to accelerate the whole process and speed it all up. Especially when we think of wars that are funded, both sides are funded by one source, right? Or as we used it earlier in a recent show, the example of Pepsi and Coke, how they're both owned by Vanguard. So it's like there's this false sense of competition, but what it does is it drives innovation. What it does is it drives profit and productivity. Okay. Now, in this regard, I think it's important to see what's being driven here. It's accelerating the production through competition, feigned conflict, It's accelerating the development of definitely artificial intelligence, microchip processors, or microchips and microprocessors, software, and of course, in pursuit of developing a type of infrastructure, right, that can house, manage, and bring to fruition this type of massive interconnected Skynet type of Web3 system that will integrate and converge biology, digital products, as well as material environments, right? So for me, the whole China thing is a massive part of that. And China is being propped up as this through a type of red herring. Not to say they're innocent, but look around, go to California, go to New York, and do a little research, and you'd be pretty surprised when you see how much of the infrastructure and real estate China owns. Same can be said for India, two of the leading technocracies in the East, right? So all countries are working in their own lanes, but at the same time, we're all interdependent on each other's ideas as well as technologies. But more importantly, we're all working together to build this type of uniform infrastructure that we'll all be able to use, quote unquote, decentralized, mainly blockchain. Okay. Now, I think this China thing, we'll be hearing more about Russia as well as the whole Israel situation with the Gaza Strip, are all also parts of this, right? They're just different conflicts, different levels of this orchestrated acceleration process, utilizing and exploiting crisis. So recently, we've been hit with these stories. Cyber attacks against key U.S. infrastructure continue, but this time it's China. Attacks are being carried out as practice in the event of war. Practice in the event of war. So then, we're never really going to know for sure if these things are live operations, live experiments, like drills, or if these things are legitimate. And I think that's the problem with anything in legacy media, even the independent media, mainstream, anything. It's hard to really know, especially concerning geopolitics, even domestic federal issues or domestic issues. It's hard to really know the truth. And I don't think, just based on my research in different interdisciplinary areas like sociology, psychology, and economics, when you look at these areas in light of the state structure, there's never transparency. And this is by design. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that the general population isn't necessarily fit for bad news. But it's funny how bad news is often used as an accelerant or a type of agitation, right? When needed, like, fear propaganda, etc. But when there's things that we should know, things we need to know, it's usually withheld or omitted. But when it's things we don't really need to know or shouldn't know, we're just bombarded with it and flooded with it. Because in my view, at the state level, any type of governmental body does not have the individual, the person, and their best interests in mind, for sure, given this utilitarian liberal state that we've had since the progressive era of the early 1900s, which anyone could honestly admit was the beginning of America, right? The whole 1776 thing is kind of it's a pipe dream, right? America really got its shape through the First World War and Second. And when we address those regions of history, it's very clear that social engineering has been the overall weapon of choice, right? So we're not going to be told the truth. We're not going to be, informed. This idea of informed consent, it's ridiculous. Right? It's just not. And I know it may seem jaded, but I think it's rational. How could anyone believe that a government would allow its citizens to decide who is in office to run the nation. I think that is absolutely ridiculous. It's just, I just think it's crazy. And it's very clear that all of these things are controlled. And what they do is, in my view, they'll control, say, an election, but they'll make it look, it's like this double, triple layered deception. The whole thing is a deception, but they'll feign this type of legitimacy and then call out, stolen elections. So it's like they want to make it look like there's like soft or minor deception within an overall legitimate system. But in fact, the overall system isn't legitimate at all. It just creates these little proxy deceptive moments, and they call it out. See, it was a stolen election. And then what they'll do is they'll release all of this timely. It's perfectly timed, right? In tandem, strategically release all this information and evidence and proof that it was stolen and there's been foul play, just like we're seeing with the late rollout of the whole COVID exposure. They're exposing Pfizer and Moderna, and everyone's being exposed, and they're like rolling out, see, look, they lied to us, look, and the whole thing is a deception. Deception is designed within it at a layer, like there's layers of deception, and the general population, the normal average person, doesn't even have the bandwidth to really even understand the level and the complexity of the deception. And it's very easy for them to get wrapped up in these little layer narratives and scenarios that, in a sense, in my view, kind of, before I've used a term called neutralizing terms, right? Or neutralizing narratives. They neutralize one's ability to think more critically or think through and around things, to think in a more divergent way, which actually can be very advantageous given this type of predictive, narrative-based kind of mediated civilization and society we have now. Divergent thinking is actually a power in this realm. Now, is this to say all politicians are corrupt? No, not at all. A lot of them are just career politicians trying to make a living and, fulfilling their ego, desires, or just trying to feed a family, right? There's definitely honest people in the world. But as far as these overall systems, I just think they're extremely corrupt, and they're designed to deceive. And it's always through the guise of the noble lie, right? It's like it's for the greater good, right? Because if we just allowed you crazy people to make the decisions that you crazy people are moved to and fro by celebrity gossip and controversy, how could we trust you to decide the direction of an entire country? How could we? So of course we have to nudge and steer things through social field dynamics and social field theory of Tavistock Institute programs like Kurt Lewin's as an example. We have to have MK Ultra programs. We have to have black operations. We have to have psychological warfare. We have to have, which are all public stuff to look up. We have to have all these things, but we're going to tell you, of course, it's for international use, right? It's to, create, like DARPA, we got to create these advanced technologies to ward off other countries. No, there's domestic applications as well, right? But at the same time, knowing that you can't really trust, especially in America, which is so diverse, there's no real homogeneity. We're very heterogeneous. So it's like, that makes it even more difficult to come to a single accord on anything. There's just constant conflict through the diverse worldviews. Okay, constant conflict. So it's even more difficult to really come to some type of consensus. So consensus is formed. Consensus is engineered, and we see this not having to happen as much in other countries like China, as an example, because they're more homogeneous. They don't have the heterogeneity that we do. So there's more consensus. There's more of these types of accords that can be joined, right? So, and even in parts of Europe, especially if we think of a place like Sweden or something. They have much better cohesion, so there's less need for deception. There's a less need for high level psychological operations and social engineering projects. I mean, we've done plenty of work and presentations on Cass Sunstein, who is just one of the country's leading social engineer scientists, co-author of the book Nudge, right? So it's like we have plenty of evidence to prove that we're never told exactly what's going on. And the things we are told always have some type of ulterior motive or some preconceived directive, right? And I think that's nothing has changed in that regard. And I think all we're seeing now with the cyber attacks is just another level of that, and another example of that. Now, we also understand that we are moving towards a new type of economic system, a new economy, a bioeconomy, as Biden has put it, a digital economy, right? Now, this digital economy can't really function without significant and sophisticated blockchain technology, right? Which is probably the most important thing next to AI development. Again, it's the AI and the blockchain. These are like the most important things, because the AI is going to allow the processing power, but also the thinking ability, the management systems, the categorization systems and algorithms to run all the new biotechnological systems that I'll be showing you a little bit today. To run the economies, to run markets, but also to inform, or should we say disinform, or manipulate and exploit human behavior and human attention, right? Because we're moving towards this type of human remote controlled system where we're all just reacting to algorithmic data, right? Not to mention, we also are going to be parts of the energy production as well through our own bodies. So it's a mixture of bodily energetic systems, right? Bioenergetic systems of human body and human space or human group, collective behavior, but also, or should I say, collective presence, bodily collective presence, and kinetic energy, kinetic dynamics of human movement. All of these things are going to be creating new energy sources, as well as the interbodily functional or interbodily energy functions and processes that, say, keep our heart beating, right? So it's internal, it's external, it's personal, it's collective, energetically, right? But then also we have to consider our behaviors, right? How we think, our choices, right? Our preferences, right? Things we attend, as far as our attention. All right. These things are also going to be harnessed and leveraged by these technologies as well. So as we become, in a sense, batteries for this future system for it to run, or just to run our own personal devices. I'll show you some things on this, which will take a lot of weight off of, say, the need for fossil fuels, right? Which, in my view, is a big part of the sustainability effort. The COP28, all this. We're going to touch on that a bit. So a lot of this push towards saving the earth, is really about just switching to a different energy system. And then we consider how energy intensive data mining is. Okay, especially if you look at any research regarding blockchain. I mean, it's extremely energy intensive. So they have all these new energy sources to house, or should I say to run this, or to power, that's a better term, to power this new massive interconnected Skynet system. And through this process, what we're seeing is a type of transhumanist transition into a post-human world. And in that process, we're seeing the deconstruction of man's image, what he thinks he is, where he thinks he comes from, but also his form. So it's the deconstruction and reconstruction of man's image of himself, his idea of himself, his identity, right? As well as his form, his physical form, his body, biologically, okay? And as well in that process, we're transforming, deconstructing, reconstructing the physical material environment, the space in which we exist, okay? I consider this a type of mass terraforming, right? It's the terraforming of the earth and its environments, as well as the terraforming of man's mind and his biological environment, his physical environment. These are just some very basic and easy ways to kind of map what we're seeing here. Now, the cyber attack thing is really interesting because we're going into a new election year. We're going to a new year, but also an election year. And if we think about it, a lot of big issues are brought up right before an election. A lot of catastrophes seem to happen on the cusp of an election year. We saw the same thing happen in 2019 into 2020, right, with COVID. And it seems like we're getting that same kind of playbook again right now. So just if we're going to use that as a rubric or say as a hermeneutic, right, to interpret the orchestrated nature of crises politically, right, geopolitically, could that be describing possibly, instead of say a pandemic around the corner, a type of economic catastrophe around the corner? Could we, as we saw in 2020, the opening of 2020, a outbreak? Could we, in the opening of 2024 or possibly 2025, see a similar breakdown, but instead of in biologic systems, in economies? It looks as if that is the case. And what's really weird about that is, as much as we're saying this, and as many people that are saying these things, imagine if this does happen. There's all this evidence of people just saying that they're setting it up, it's going to happen, and for it to still happen is kind of wild, and it makes you think like, wow, this is how confident they are. This is how, or we could just say, this is how ignorant and blind the majority is. They're not threatened by 1.2% of the internet talking and literally exposing all of these things, right, ahead of time, because we're able to pattern recognize and put things together, and but they understand that we're such a minute and insignificant part of the overall internet and the overall population that they just go through with these things anyways. It's interesting when you think of it on that level, right? Now let's get into this. So we have this here. Let's read a little bit. Following a suspected recent Iranian cyber attack against a U.S. water treatment facility, government officials are now alleging that the Chinese military has been targeting a number of water and power installations across the country. Now, this is big, okay? Now, I guess there's two ways of looking at it as big. In one way, it's big because it's, of course, it's talking about water. This is an essential... It's an essential part of life, okay? It's like, you want to hurt a population, go for the water. That's like Mr. Obvious, right? But then there's another angle that I look at it from, and that has to do with the importance of water technologically. And I mean water as an energy source, right? Or as a weapon. There's a lot of new biotechnological nanoscale experiments and operations working with water. Okay, just like they are terraforming the body, they are terraforming the environment, and a major part of that environment is the water. I'm going to show you some stuff here on the nano projects, but I've been really looking into this focus on water, and just to see that these things tying together is rather interesting to me. And again, if crisis is orchestrated to accelerate certain projects, then wouldn't it be interesting if water is a major project, a new type of water system, a new type of water altogether is a goal? Wouldn't it be interesting to have the current water system, say, compromised such that an acceleration effort could be produced? Interesting. Anyhow, let's continue. So water and power installations. Well, that would make sense. Of course, destroy the grids because we need to replace them anyways, right? We need to bring in new infrastructure. Now, the hard part, to be completely honest, just based on what I've read, and again, we're only allowed to read what they put out, okay? So we always got to remember that part too. They don't have the infrastructure, right? And for some of this Web3 stuff, this spatial stuff, I mean, it's extremely sophisticated tech that just doesn't exist in most places. I mean, I don't even see it being possible to produce, I mean, in any short period of time. Let's just say something were to collapse and say that the whole internet collapsed or something. I mean, it would take several years for them to really build this type of Web3 system, that at least the one they put in the white papers. It's high level sophistication, and it's going to cost tons of money. It's going to take tons of manpower, tons of material, not just software but hardware. So in that case, it'd be like, wow, like a dark age, right? For like a few years. That'd be wild. And the only reason I don't think that would happen, because if it were, it'd be painful. But there's enough of us that are of the age that we would go back into some older ways. We would tap in to those deep-seated, deep-rooted ways of being and existing that we experienced through childhood. And I think we would come together in many ways similar to what you see in this film. Now, I haven't seen it yet, mind you, okay? I've only read a little bit about it. And I'm going to watch it and really go into it in depth, okay? So I'm actually going to be watching it tonight, all right? As far as this movie about leaving the world, okay? But I believe if we were to be put in a situation like that, communities would, well, I don't know. Maybe that's being a bit too optimistic given the state of things. What do you guys think? I think that might be being a bit too optimistic. I know certain communities would come together and work well, but just given the state of things post, say, 2016, I think we'd see more warfare than anything else, right? It's tough. It's really hard, man, when you think about it. I guess the more faith-based, culturally homogenous locations would probably fare a lot better. But anyhow, let me continue, man. I'm rambling too much today. I'm just happy to be here with you guys. Thank you for joining on the backup of backups, right? Where we could kind of just chill and not be bombarded by too much. And just hang out like we used to in the old days. Keep it light. Well, this show ain't too light. I got to be honest. We're going to touch on some. We're going to be building off of episode 88. So y'all already know how heavy that was with the tech. Some of this stuff is just absolutely disturbing. But again, when you come from this biblical paradigm, it makes perfect sense. Satan is jealous. He hates God's creation. He's envious. Just the whole idea of biology and nature and environment and all of the systems, the entire ecosystem, interdependence of mammalian life and the natural world. It's brilliant. It's so brilliant. I mean, it's just amazing. And of course he would want to destroy that and throw it away, completely just destroy it and recreate it with his tools, right? With his technologies. Satan, that is. All right. Shout out to Ms. Masses. Good to see you. Lady A.R. Brown, good to see you as well. And everybody else, man. Shout out to my bro Worm. Good to see you, bro. Laura Anderson, Rainbow's Pulpit. Good to see you. Timothy Graff in the building. My Greystone Cottage home. Very good to see you. Very good to see you guys. All right, I'm going to continue here. Let's see. Installations across the country's transportation systems are among the apparent targets, with assaults supposedly being carried out to develop a broader attack playbook that could be deployed if war were to break out between the U.S. and China. Crippling key infrastructure after an outbreak of hostilities would slow logistics, create potential hysteria within population centers, and ultimately destabilize the nation. Now, you know what's interesting about that? China don't need anyone's help, man. They're doing great as far as the direction they're going in. They have the support of the entire nation for the most part. They don't got to twist anybody's arms. They're technocracy, right? They're extremely secular, so they have no spiritual, theological, or religious pressures. They don't even have political pressures, given the state of cooperation and high trust. So they don't need anyone's help. And it's interesting to me when we look historically, China, aside from parts of Asia, have never really been concerned, and well, Africa as well, have never really been concerned with this colonial kind of pursuit, right? As far as like spreading, the Chinese way over Earth. They, of course, they did their thing in certain areas and maintained their systems, but they kind of, in a sense, stuck to themselves. They didn't have this kind of Eastern expansion that we saw in the Western expansion. So for me, it's like, why is China even involved? We're just asking these things hypothetically. We understand why, but it's like, I get it. China's involved because it's like we're hiring China. We're summoning China. Come help us out, bro. This is us speaking to China. Look, man, I like how you guys working. I like it. I like what you guys are doing over there. You got everybody in line. You got all these crazy scientists who don't even think about man's nature and the future of humankind. You guys are just on point with this technology. You guys are all about merging man and machine. You see a perfect singularity future. Everyone's supporting you. You got all these billions of people. You outnumber the earth. You guys are really doing a good job. We would love to see that over here in the West. So how about we, having some beers, the whole kayfabe. How about we stage a war, you guys poke us a little bit, we poke back. And you guys help us engineer a scenario where we can, through a type of coercion or fear-based, anxiety-based process, get our system and our cultures and our people groups behaving like yours. So we could, build a system similar to yours. Now, you guys can keep your thing how you want it. We'll keep our thing how we want it. We'll be separate but interdependent, if you know what I mean. And yeah, we'll just be able to rock it like you guys rock it. What do you think about that? And China's like, what you paying? What do we get out of this? And then we say, oh, well, hey, we have plenty of infrastructure you guys could invest in, And then there you go, man, amongst other things. And they just shake hands. That's how I see it in a silly kind of example. That's how I see it. We're envious of the level of cybernetic control, keyword control, right? Control and command of human and animal and ecology, which is the foundation of what cybernetics is. And China is the perfect example of a cybernetic society, right? And I believe Western powers are not Western at all, right? They're international. They have no allegiance to culture, to nationality, or even to location, geographic location. There's no allegiance, right? If you do a little research, you'll discover that a lot of our key politicians got dual citizenships in a place that, been in the news quite a bit lately. Okay. So there's no loyalty here, man, when it comes to those running the show. So why would they tell us the truth about anything? Especially when we look at a lot of the directions of all governmental systems are going towards cybernetic transhumanist agendas. Every single one. And I'm going to show you straight from the government websites proof of that in a second here. I know I'm moving slow and we're rambling, but we're chilling. If you guys are all right with it, I'm going to keep rolling. All right. Now, Five Eyes. For those who aren't familiar with Five Eyes is like it's like a coalition of Western intelligentsia, right? So with the Five Eyes, we get Canada, United States, Australia, UK, and I believe was the fifth one. I believe London, or not London. I'm sorry, New Zealand. I thought it was Izzy, but Izzy in the paperwork, Izzy isn't part of Five Eyes, but I think Izzy probably controls Five Eyes. Anyhow, it's UK, America, Australia, Canada, and I believe New Zealand is the fifth one, and that is Five Eyes. It's a coalition of Western, so-called Western intelligentsia. Okay, Five Eyes on China. The attacks are being carried out by groups affiliated with the People's Liberation Army. And the groups have infiltrated 20 to 30 sites across the country, according to unnamed officials who spoke to the Washington Post. Among the targets were water infrastructure in Hawaii. Very interesting to hear Hawaii is involved here, given what has happened recently in Maui. Also directly connected to the restructuring of smart environments and smart territories. Right. The operator of the Texas power grid, interesting. Texas being, I believe, the only region in the United States that has an independent power grid system. Fascinating, right? A port on the West Coast, and at least one oil and gas pipeline. While attacks against these sites are serious, apparently no critical control systems were breached. Now, yeah, the real truth they will never tell, says Laura. Absolutely. Now, what's interesting, and again, there's interesting aspects of it, and then there's the very obvious aspects of it. Okay, so it's probably very obvious that they would go for water, they would go for energy, resources, and they would go for any type of, let's just say, significant infrastructure, right? To destabilize, right? So the fact that they went for water, the fact that they went for a power grid isn't very surprising. But what's interesting about it is all of these areas are things that we as a country are trying to, in a sense, deconstruct and reconstruct. So for me, it just makes it very clear that, hey, China coming in and messing with our energy grids, messing with our energy sources, maybe messing with our water and major parts of our economy is probably conducive to some of the new, let's say, rehabilitation projects like the Great Reset that this country is working on. I'm just saying, it in a sense helps out a bit. Now check this out. This was this was today. I guess I got this morning. Yeah, how convenient. Right? How convenient. Seriously. At a time where the most pressing issue is, what are we going to do about our economy? What are we going to do about our energy infrastructure? The earth is going to end in 10 years. We got to do something about these fuels. And it just happens to attack all of these areas, right? How convenient. It's amazing. It's just, goodness gracious. Okay. Now, Ukraine's largest mobile operator knocked out in cyber attack. Millions lose phone and internet service. Huh. Okay, guys, come on. Let's think a little bit here. Well, Ukraine was, or I guess it's still going, is this kind of next crisis after COVID, right? Right after COVID, we had this whole Ukraine thing. And then when we look into Ukraine, and I've showed you guys the evidence here, they are being called one of the first fully digitally transformed regions and one of the first digital governance regions, right? Utilizing AI to basically run most things governmental. That's pretty interesting. And then we think, oh, well, your largest mobile operator got knocked out in a cyber attack. Then we think of the importance of telecommunications, right? and smart technologies, especially devices. I'm just saying, it's all too coincidental for me, right? And then there was this one, right? This was today. North Korea Lazarus hackers. So here's another. It's interesting. I'm just showing you guys a bunch of different examples of hacks, cyber attacks, all around the exact same time, same period. Yep, at the same time. Didn't Ukraine ask for more aid? Absolutely, Nancy. Good to see you, by the way. And we just gave them a buttload of more money. I mean, billions of dollars here. I mean, it's just crazy when you think about this. So North Korea. So now we have another angle to this. There's malware developed from a type of hacking group in North Korea, right? Another one of these Russias or China's, another one of these external threats, these boogeymen, right? Now, let's read a little bit here. It is believed that 9RAT was developed around May 23rd, May 2023, before being used in Operation Blacksmith later in March 2023 against a South American agricultural organization. Okay, agriculture, another big part of this transition, right? Through biotech incorporating itself into foods and food systems, right? It was observed again in September 2023, targeting a European manufacturing entity. So here we have Europe involved. Okay. The group, which has been active since around 2010, has a broad range of targets so far, including government, defense, finance, media, healthcare, and critical infrastructure. Wow. All the important things that we need to change. Talos says that goals vary and include espionage, data theft, and financial gain to support state objectives. Operation Blacksmith continues to opportunistically target global enterprises that publicly host and expose their vulnerable infrastructure to end-day vulnerability exploitation specifically. ZVE 2021. The vulnerability was discovered by a member of the Alibaba Cloud Security. And has since been addressed. If nothing else, Lazarus attack highlights the criticality of applying security updates to all internet-connected devices as a matter of urgency. Now, another big part, in my view, of these cyber attacks that are happening and more to come have to do with the move towards a new type of internet authentication system. Okay. So if digital ID is like one of the big goals, a way to get closer to that is two ways. Currencies, right? Say through tokens, right? Programmable tokens, but as well as identification or authentication to gain access to just very basic things like your social media account. Right? It doesn't have to be anything huge. It doesn't have to be anything major. It could just start there. Okay. And this is what I believe is a big part of what Musk is doing with his X Twitter situation, is trying to create an early independent version of this. See, I'm not part of the government. I'm not part of the CBDC federal system. I'm independent. I'm a cool, rich, wealthy anti-hero. Come to my liberated platform. All you need to do is give me all your banking information as well as your biometrics and identity so we can authenticate you, and then you'll gain access to all these things. That's really what Musk, at least in part, what he's doing with X. Of course, using Grok to harvest and farm behavioral surplus through its users, getting closer to what he calls his XAI truth algorithm, trying to work towards that. And I think that will lead towards a type of ministry of truth, right? Because we're not going to be able to trust humans, because humans are liars and they're emotional and they're subject to error. So we need some kind of hardcore, solid, standard system of truth. And that's going to be some type of AI algorithm that will be claim to be super intelligent, or at least strong intelligence. And the process of creating that is through massive, massive amounts of data. And this is why social media is being used as an initial training system, because of all of the massive, massive interaction we have on social media, especially something like X, which is, I guess, technically smaller than, say, Facebook and Instagram and stuff like that. But they're doing the same thing over there, especially Instagram, which is just, In-Q-Tel. So they're doing the same thing over there. It's just, I think the whole X and Elon thing is more cultural marketing. It's advertising, the cool factor, and the libertarian conjuring, trying to conjure this new anarcho-cap libertarian movement that will adhere to the rules of this new blockchain Skynet system, because they'll feel that they'll be free. And there will be elements of freedom, especially in the beginning. I'll show you some clips here in a minute just to demonstrate that. But that's just until they start weaning you off that teat. And they say, well, you know what? These are the new rules. And the infrastructure will be there. The data will already be under these algorithms' control. And there's no getting out. That's the problem. It's just like reeling people in through these false promises of freedom and decentralization. And then once everything is standard and people rely on this stuff like everyone relies on their phones now, you couldn't take away phones today. It just wouldn't happen. Just wait till blockchain and personal AI reaches that level. Right? Try to take someone's personal AI away. It's like taking their brain out of their head. Just wait for it. All right, let's continue. Now, this film here, Barack Obama gave major feedback on the Leave the World Behind script. So right away, the fact that the Obamas are part of pretty much anything that comes out of Netflix now is pretty disturbing. When we look at that whole history and the importance of Obama, given our current state, and this is going like super viral. I mean, this is going crazy right now. I can't wait to really watch it and pull what I can out of it. I purposely avoided listening to anybody's breakdowns because I don't want to know yet. I want to see it for myself. I want to like experience it live, and I don't want to be influenced in any kind of way. And I don't want any preconceived notions going into it. And basically, I I know everyone's talking about this is predictive, and that I agree. It's predictive, but at the same time, it's such a massive rollout. I mean, it's hard, because sometimes when things look too obvious, sometimes you have to pay attention to the obviousness of it. It's just too conspicuous. Almost as if they want us to be distracted by the idea of it, right? Not to say it's not going to happen, but I always, I'm just very careful with some of these really major stories and stuff. But I'm gonna see it, I'm gonna watch it, and I'll do something on it, and we'll see, right? But I think it's interesting that they brought this out. This is the timing of it all. It's literally telling us, yep, Cyberattacks coming, guys. Get ready. Right? Get ready. And I think we've been ready, but I think we need to start now maybe thinking a little more serious. Yeah, there's layers to this, Prisma. Yeah, layers for real. It's yeah. The layers, right? It's a honeypot, says Mastermind. See? We on that same level. Yeah. Honeypot. It got honeypot on it, man. It really does. Especially when I saw a bunch of stuff, a bunch of like on Twitter, a bunch of TikToks. It's like it's going crazy on TikTok. I mean, these little baby truthers on TikTok, it's crazy what they're doing over there, because they're talking about stuff that has been covered, has been refuted. But I get it. It's a new generation. A lot of stuff's been scrubbed off the internet. A lot of these newbie young truthers have never heard of this channel or channels that have been doing this for years. So I get it. They hear a little something and they run with it. The problem with Twitter is this, or with TikTok, is this stuff goes so viral now. We could sit here and talk about these things for hours in detail, right? With evidences and study and research. And, it's a tiny amount of people actually view it. But on the TikTok stuff, man, they could talk about something with hardly any research, a bunch of assertions, and very little understanding of how it all works. And it's only about 60 seconds to a minute and a half, 2 minutes. And that thing is seen by millions of people, right? So it's just it's a different field. It's a totally different world now. So it is a bit, it's annoying. We'll just say that. But at the same time, I have to realize that this is social engineering in and of itself. When you have that virality, the ability to spread a message that quick to that many people in such a short period of time, that's social engineering, especially when you consider a lot of what's being spread is nonsense, or at least not really well put together ideas. A lot of people just trying to go viral and try to create a career and, trying to grift, I guess, so that's the hard part to deal with. And I do understand that there are people out there that are genuine too, right? That are really just trying to get the word out. And yeah, they might be a little new to this stuff, a little wet behind the ears, but they're zealous, right? And I've been there, right? It's like right when you come to the faith, you just want to tell everybody. Yeah, I honestly don't have that app TikTok on my phone. I don't think I've never made an account. So I've never really even, aside from when I was doing research for my TikTok documentary a few years ago, I didn't start an account, but I actually did kind of look up the website, or at least I looked up the app on the web. But yeah, you couldn't get me to get on TikTok, man. No way. And not just because it's literally a Chinese application, but it's just, even shorts, like, I can't look at that stuff. The only time I'll get some of those is usually on Twitter. I'll find some on Twitter. But yeah, man, that stuff just rots your brain, man. I've seen people, kids too, hours scrolling because it's just this constant feed of interesting, funny, random stuff. It really captures your attention to the degree that you don't even realize what you're doing. And that to me is just scary. Yeah, water is life, Laura. Absolutely. Water is life. Now, check this one out. Interesting. All of this happening at once. They just drop a show about a cyber attack, about a blackout. And then boom, Netflix customers around the world were seeing error messages about a network connection problem between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. Now, the coincidence theorists will say, oh, well, it was a hit show and everyone's on Netflix right now, so it's creating like a backup, Yeah, okay. It's just interesting how a matter of days there's been all of these glitches and hacks, and I don't know. I'm just saying. So I thought this was pretty interesting. Let's see here. Oh, hold up. Let me pull this down here. All right, there we go. Now let me pull this up. Check this out. So there's this, I'll just show a Bloomberg radio clip here quickly. It's 8 minutes. We're not going to watch the whole thing because it's just like, you already know what she's going to say. But mounting cyber threats face the U.S. So it's just too obvious. It's like you guys are just trying to get everybody afraid, It's like, is a cyber attack coming or is it just a honeypot?
One is criminal cyber attacks against the hospital chain. It had real impact. Rural clinics closed, some hospitals in 3 states turning away ambulances and canceling elective services. That's done by criminals, and the White House has pushed out guidelines on how to tackle that. Second set of attacks we're tracking is an increase by Iran in cyber attacks against 10 water systems in the
Iran is another one. And the biblical significance of Iran is very interesting to me. Of course, we have the Israel, but Iran, and also Iraq. I always go back to Mount Hermon, right? And the Book of Enoch, and we did a show, I think in 2021, where I was discussing the Magic Mountain and Davos and the connection with Mount Hermon. It was a pretty interesting show. You guys might like that one. And we're going to some of the history of World Economic Forum and just connecting the fallen angels, say geographic location, with some of these transhumanist fallen angel technologies. Yeah, man, fascinating. But Iran is huge, definitely a factor.
This country, and in a similar way, there are basic cybersecurity practices like changing default passwords and limiting administrator account access that could prevent those attacks being successful.
So that is officially, though, the line from the White House that Iran was behind these 10 attacks against water treatment facilities here in the United States.
It is, but I want to be clear, each and every day, American companies, critical services are facing persistent cyber attacks. And we absolutely need to do more to lock our digital doors to defend against them. Yes, sometimes in periods of crises we'll see an increase in a particular type of attack, but every single day we have too many unlocked doors and open windows in our digital cyberspace.
This is the case. It's very true, right? It's not like this is some new thing, some rare thing. But What I think this really describes is and they just said that in the article earlier, is the importance of heightening security efforts, right? Cybersecurity. Now, the problem with this is it's going to create what these institutions call a zero trust architecture. Okay. Now, zero trust architecture can be described by like a type of hyper aware, hyper transparent internet type of system where everything is visible, pure transparency. And it is precisely this that pushes towards a type of requirement for certain biometric and behavioral pieces of data, such that it's so transparent they have to actually have access to your physical body. In this book here, which we have been referencing in the Simulation and Reality Plus series by Gabriel Rene and Don Mapes, going through just the basic dynamics of the spatial web. Very, very basic, but informative. But of course, in it, it says the only way this is really going to work, the only way this type of system is really going to work safely and securely is if we have full transparency, and that will require access to human biology. Now, this is very rational, guys, if we think about it, right? If we're in a system that is so connected, you can affect someone's life significantly in the push of a button. Okay, you can affect someone's entire life. You can contact someone in a way that will change the course of their existence with a push of a button. That's going to require some high security, right? Because you have to trust that you're safe there. Your information is safe, right? If we have Internet of Everything, where devices, homes, body parts, brains are connected to clouds, right? Directly integrated with telecommunication, computer engineering systems, networks, et cetera, et cetera. If this becomes a thing, and this is where everything is moving, okay, I'm gonna show you all the evidence of it. If this is the direction, that level of hyper interconnectivity is very dangerous to an individual person, or even to an entire corporation or country. Given that such connectivity can easily be, say, hacked and manipulated. Okay, so the only rational conclusion is to have pure transparency, so that people will be less willing to act in a way that, say, is, against the rules. People will be less likely to break the rules because their activity in these virtual worlds their activity is directly connected to their body. People will be, for instance, we think of trolls. Let's just give an example. Let's be real about some of this. We got all these trolls on the internet being mean, cruel, living out their emotional fantasies online at the expense of others. Imagine when their body is connected to that profile, that avatar, that icon, that handle. Their body is connected to that. I bet they won't be trolling like that no more, will they? Especially when certain signals and certain actions can reach that body. We get into biophotonics and all that kind of stuff. People gonna shape up real quick. People gonna shape up real quick or opt out. And you already know how I feel about this. That's the only option, if you ask me. If it gets to that point where that's the only form of operation is through some like direct bioconvergence, I'm opting out, man. I have to figure something out, right? We'll go back to analog life, I'll handwrite a book if I have to. I do all my notes handwritten anyways. Everything handwritten. Everything handwritten. I mean, I can't even count how many notebooks I have around me. I don't ever type notes, ever. So I don't have a problem with going backwards if I have to. But now, people are going to switch it up. They're not going to behave in a way that, will get them in some type of physical, biological trouble or exposed. China's been doing this. People do something wrong, they plaster your face like in a intersection of a major metropolitan area. It's like, yeah, this person did so and so, and you know what I'm saying. And it's like people shape up, man. What is it called? Peer pressure is a real thing. It's legitimate. We're social creatures. Now, unless unless you might. Which I can be sometimes, be a little aspy and not give a damn what anybody think and not have any shame, but everybody ain't like that. Most people are not like that. Now, I guess I guess when it comes to like the real deal psychopaths and sociopaths who be online doing horrible, cruel, and mean things, I guess they wouldn't really care about the embarrassment part. But then we have to consider the biological connectivity. Man, I got some papers that present the type of access to people's body that can be extremely exploited and manipulated. And I know a lot of us, like when we think of targeted individuals and some of these energy weapons and stuff, a lot of that stuff to people sounds far-fetched, but it's not. Some of these technologies are precisely these things where they can be able to send out a signal and reach your body, right? So, oh, you're trolling online, beep, 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 beep. Shock that man. Like, I'm serious. They could really, they'll have this type of ability shortly here. We're laughing a bit, but it's serious. It's actually serious, man. I got this book here. One of my key texts right now that I'm just about done with. Gaming the Future. Oh, this one. Oh, man. By the Foresight Institute, another one of these think tanks, man. I mean, this thing, it's precisely what I'm talking about. Is the zero trust architecture, where everything is a big game. And basically what they're building, Web 3, Web 4, the new internet, it's really just a massive algorithmically designed game that engineers human behavior through through targeting preferences and discouraging unwanted behaviors through this very Skinnerian type of like operant conditioning AI. It's crazy. And their whole thing is, this is the only way we can have a fully integrated, transparent, highly connected internet safely, without people harming each other, without bullying. And it's interesting because they appeal to this concept of volunteerism. It's very libertarian. Like when you read this stuff, it's like they're all very libertarian, and they have all this very like positive perspective about how this is all going to work. We're going to have volunteerism, communitarianism, libertarianism, and we're just all going to come together and do the right thing. And it's like, no, this is not how humanity works. This is not how people work. And it goes to show how either these people are just being manipulative and just straight up lying, or they're really this ignorant. And I don't think they're that ignorant. I think they really just want to create. Part of it is just career based. You know, they want to be, successful. I think a lot of these engineers are like that too. They have these little projects that are their babies, and they want to bring them to fruition for a personal ego based kind of thing. But they don't realize this little baby project you're working on is going to change civilization as we always known it, right? So, but yeah, so like these books, man, and I'm connecting it to the World Sensorium, Oliver Reiser. I'm connecting all of these things because the gaming the future is like it's basically like it's like taking Reiser's idea but then adding technology to it. It's really interesting because Reiser's early 20th century, and this gaming the future is very current. And then like I have this one here, What Technology Wants by Kevin Kelly. I mean, this is another great one too, where he goes into the technium and his whole concept about, he uses this idea of, he uses history, and he says, if you look at technological development over time, historically, innovation has always been driven by culture and ego, et cetera. And it's inevitable that people are going to create things. And when we have the right, and these are all true statements, right? Especially, and it's funny how he uses Ogburn, one of my favorite sociologists. He uses Ogburn's research to kind of come to these conclusions, but then he just slaps on this whole assertion, which is ridiculous. But he's like, yeah, once a certain region has the funding, the cultural support, the value system that approves of this technological direction. It has the funds, it has the intelligence, right? It has the skills, it has the personalities, the people who can actually do these things. It's inevitable that technology is going to be produced. And this is true, right? But what he does is he takes this inevitability of chance, personality, culture, funds, resources, actual materials. He takes this inevitability of these things producing new technologies, and the logic behind that is that as a technology is produced, a new technology will be produced to, in a sense, maybe patch up the holes that exist in that other technology, to improve upon that old technology, right? Like when we think of like the hardline phones, and moving it into cell phones, right? It's like everything kind of builds upon itself, right? And then we move in from cell technology into smart technology. And it's like, that is logically the case, that these things build upon themselves, usually as Ogburn would state, as a mixture of chance, personality, culture, funds, resources, right? All of these things would develop, but also financial gain, right? People's careers, profit, power, right? Certain countries seek certain type of technologies for power under the guise of security. Okay, so all of these things do create, if you step back and look historically and like plot how things are developed over time, it does appear as if technology inevitably is producing. But he claims that it's like has a will of its own. He's a technological determinist, by the way. So he creates this concept of the technium, or he appeals to the concept, the technium, as technology as an entity that has its own desires. And it's just it's so ridiculous. And I'm just referring back to this book to help me as references for my own, but also because I just want to kind of, revisit it to pull out some more ideas to add to some of the stuff we're talking about today, because it's really important. But it's just blows me away how it'll take Ogburn's just phenomenal research in the historicity of technological development, right? He's like, Ogburn, a sociologist, really digs into the history of technology, opposed to, like, say, Don Idy or Neil Postman, or Jacques Ellul, who would dive into the philosophy of technology, which is where I tend to mostly do a lot of my work. I tend to float between philosophy of technology and media theory. Media theory being like, Marshall McLuhan, right? Probably being the most prominent media theorist. So I like to float between philosophy of technology and media theory, but history of technology is very important too. Like Kuhn's work of scientific cycles, I think, is probably one of the best sources for that. There's many, but I like Ogburn because he just really did. I think it was between, like, gosh, I can't remember the first year where he started. It was like the late 1800s up until maybe the 40s. And he would plot all of the technological development, and you could kind of see patterns of things. But what Kevin Kelly does is he says, oh, I see this pattern. It means that the technology has a spirit. It's an entity. And it's not just these interdependent, though disconnected systems created out of personal ego and desire, funding, cultural support, resources, actual location, right? When we think of Silicon Valley, right? Silicon Valley is able to produce what it produces for many reasons. It's not just because there's some spiritual technology ghost there. And if we want to compare, like, Silicon Valley to, like, I don't know, Madagascar, okay? They're totally different with regard to how technology is produced in these areas, right? Now, Silicon Valley is it's very unique in that it has all of these things. It has a very saturated population of, like, high IQ personalities, right? STEM research, but it also has high ego, high narcissism, given it's California, right? It also has a lot of funding, a lot of financial support. It has a prosperous economic system. It has a technology-forward, progressive culture that promotes this type of exponential development of technology. It has systems. When we of course, we have to include synergism, right? If we want to return to that concept. It has high synergism in that its business system, its economies, markets and industries rely upon a certain level of technology that only makes those systems, those markets, those economies and industries better as those technologies improve. So there's an incentive to improve the technology, not just out of ego or money, but to make the systems run better, which act on ego and money at the same time. So there's this synergism. So this synergism that's developed from everyone having a culture of technocracy. Like if you go to Silicon Valley, the Bay Area, everyone's like a technocrat. They might not realize it, but they got earbuds in. They got their buds in. They got the newest iPhone. They got a Tesla. Everything is opening up with their phone. Everything's connected to some network or something. Everybody is a technocrat. So you have that culture, right? You got the funding. You have the resources. There's a lot of resources in the area. There's mostly intellectual and knowledge resources, right? It's a knowledge society. But when you think of the history of America and our connection to international resources and resource control, we have access to chip manufacturing. We have access to all of these different types of materials that are required to build these machines. We have the intellectual and the knowledge base to develop the software. So when you look at a place like Silicon Valley or California, it's like designed in a way for technology to thrive and to flourish. I like to use the term synergism to describe this dynamic, because everything's like building off of itself. There's nothing holding it back. There's no limits and parameters. There's no cultural parameter that's saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this. Or another example of that would be a religious stance. Like, you know what? This is destroying God's creation. This doesn't exist, right? But if you go to a place like Madagascar that might not have those resources, those mines, those funds, those materials, and might have a type of like religious or cultural parameter that says maybe we should not do this, you won't see as much technology developed in that area. It's not that there's something inherently wrong with the people. It just doesn't have this synergistic dynamic or dynamism in the region. Of course, it also lacks the history of all these things developing over time. Think about Silicon Valley think about Silicon Valley 200 years ago, 300 years ago. It wasn't nothing like that, right? So it has a lot to do with the history as well. I know we went on a tangent, but let's go for it. So this concept of technium is important. The reason I'm bringing this up, not only because I've dipped back into this book over the past week and I'm really enjoying pulling a lot of this stuff out and sparking my memory, but it also adds directly to what we've been talking about as far as this direction, this acceleration effort of AI, blockchain, and all of this stuff. It is the representation of the technium, right? When we talk about technological determinism, or when we talk about Ahriman or the Golem, it is another way to describe Kelly's The Technium. Let me jump in the chat here quickly. Try going to estate and garage sales for books, even fake book marketplace. Yeah, get books, guys. I'm old school, so it's kind of just like my nature to do it. But I do understand a lot of people have been accustomed and kind of just taking on this new digital everything. Get books, man. And I would say, even if you're not like an avid reader, just collect them for posterity. Like for me, I'm building a library. Like I'm trying to like build a mini Alexandria, you know what I'm saying? Now, of course, it's only going to be limited to my interests, but my interests are pretty vast. Like if you were to look at my library, you'd see a lot of things that you've never even heard me talk about. And it isn't like I have the time to read all of these books either, mind you. It's more of just trying to build a material, a physical source of wide information and knowledge over time. And I'm also trying to capture the Western tradition of knowledge, the Western knowledge tradition as well. Now, this isn't to say I don't have works of the East. I do actually have a whole section of Eastern thought, but it's mostly like philosophy, really, and occultism, like mystery school stuff. I have some poetry, some like, fiction tales. Like I have a lot of Japanese fiction and stuff, but yeah, I think it's important. And I've said this in the past, it humbles you when you have a very large library. It humbles you how you have to accept the fact that you're never really going to be able to read all of this. And that's fine, because what it does is it humbles you and it makes you realize how little you actually know and how much there is to actually know. It kind of puts you in it really grounds you, right? But outside of just having a personal effect, it really also captures a part of history that's very important, especially now and moving forward when everything becomes digital and they start memory holding a lot of digital archives, right? It's nice to have these solid representations of knowledge and ideas for posterity, because we might need some of this stuff for history in the future, you know. So I'm trying to create something that will go far beyond my life, you know, and pass it down and have it possibly come of some use later, you know. So it's not just for my own understanding and my own intellectual pursuits. It's way beyond even my own life. You know, I'm trying to maintain some semblance of real, right? Reality of our experience on this earth, because I believe in a matter of decades, a lot of it's going to be erased by design, because I believe the future humans that are going to be the product of a lot of what we're seeing now aren't going to want us to be remembered. And I know that might sound a bit crazy, but like I'm telling you, if we think about like history, guys, you know, a lot of history that we see is really all, it's, you know, history is written by the victor, etc. Imagine all of the people groups that vanished that we don't even know about. Imagine all of the populations that have been just erased from history that we'll never truly knew existed, and see what they had to offer to the world, you know. You know, this has happened to probably hundreds of thousands of people groups and ideas and representations of unique human civilization, right? So of course it's going to continue to happen. And I feel like, especially our generation, because we're the transition. I said this in the last show. We're the transitional period between human and post-human. Now, that's why our lives are so significant. We're literally designed and born and brought into this world for this period. It's like, I don't think people realize how important our generations are. We have fun and we talk crap about each other, and you know, we have a good time. But like on a human civilization level, boomers to Gen Alpha are so significant, because we're the last ones. We're the last ones. Generation Alpha will be the last. Well, that's still yet to be decided, honestly, because we have some Gen Alphas that are toddlers that could be given up to some of these transhumanist devices in 10 years, right? So we'll say Alpha might be that very last semblance of a human as we've always known it, like in God's image. But I'm telling you, after Gen Alpha, who, like our children's children, like say if you have a young toddler right now, their children, we're going to see a whole new type of human being, right? Okay, I'm rambling. Can we do the show? Can we do the show? Come on, bro. Let's do the show. All right, man. I'm just happy to be here. Sorry, guys. So yeah, I try to not only create, and again, this is digital. All the stuff we're doing, I'm very prepared for everything I've done to at one point not exist anymore. I have to accept that, right? So in the back end, I'm trying to produce written work in a material form, but also I'm trying to create a library that can be useful as far as a place to be able to look at as references for human culture, human behavior before transhumanism. Okay. So this stuff I do here, like this channel, all the work I do, it's far beyond myself as a person, and it's far beyond even like YouTubing. Or, you know, I know a lot of people get into YouTube for different reasons, but I'm here for reasons that for the most part have very little to do with my personal self. Like this is about people I don't even know yet. This is about a time that I can't even fathom, right? That's the level of, or plane that I'm working on. Now, of course, a major aspect of it as well is the present moment, our children, our families, our personal lives and bodies right now as we sit. Very important aspects of it. But there's levels, right? When I think of some of the more spiritual aspects of this work, it has to do with God's creation in the future, right? And, I'm very modest when it comes to revelation. I do understand some people think we got 5 years, man. Some people think we got 10 years. I don't fall into that perspective. I think we have a lot more time than people are saying, and maybe I'm optimistic about it. I don't know, but I think there's a lot more time than we think. The problem with that is that's going to be a very long trials of trials of trials, slow construction of trials and tribulation. Now, I do understand there's the whole rapture thing. That's a big argument people have. I don't even get into any of that stuff, right? I mean, if there is a rapture, that'd be awesome, right? But I'm just going in expecting the worst, praying for the best. And I'm going to leave it at that because I'm not a theologian, right? I don't want to make claims to things I'm not very sure about, especially regarding scripture, right? Like, I can speculate on secular academic things, sure. But when it comes to scripture, I'm not playing around with God's word, okay? I'm going to try my best and be humble, right? And just fear and trembling, okay? I'm just trying to be right in his eyes. That's my main focus. I'm not trying to act like I know everything about the Bible and this. Listen, I'm just thankful to be here, and I pray that he sees what I'm doing as good, and I pray that I'll be able to be with him one day. I mean, and I try to live my life in a way that could possibly end that way, right? Like, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, when it comes to the Most High, I'm just trying to be humble as possible, man. So that's one of the main reasons I don't go too far into the scriptures, and because we get judged for that too. So I just try to be humble about it. So I know people got their views on Revelations, and I might agree with you on them. I don't know, but I think we have a lot more time than some of us think is all. Now, let's look into this. So, China to verify citizens' identity with new blockchain-based platform. This is big, guys. Okay. So, yeah, my worst fear. Zoe. Shout out to Zoe. This is like one of the major influences in my life. Okay, like for real. My worst fear is depart. I never knew you. You almost gonna give me a tear right now, okay? That keeps me humble and stay in faith as best as I can. Man. Amen. Amen. Amen to that. Okay. Now, China to verify citizens' identities with new blockchain-based platform. The announcement follows a government rule change to require social media influencers to display their real names. This is what I'm talking about. This is a perfect example of what I mean by this move towards pure transparency and human authentication on the back of social media, with goals of reaching an overall digital identity system. So, to make it simple, we go from basic human authentication for social media access, leading us towards an overall integrated system of digital identity. Let's say that initial step of just social media verification, that initial step, right, is a step closer to the overall integrated system because it's compatible. It just easily just connect it right to it. Power of the printed word. There we go, Laura. So I see China being there. I have here on my notes, China as a fourth industrial revolution catalyst, right? So they're a catalyst through things like feigned conflict, warfare, hacking, ill will, distrust, and competition. Who's going to build the best AI? Who's going to build the best chips, right? This is a fourth industrial catalyst, right? All under digital transformation. That's the number one thing right now, digital transformation. We must beat Chinese technological development, right? And China threatens national security, public safety, industrial, economic infrastructure. Interestingly, industrial and the economic infrastructures need to be changed, right? It's in need of reformation and is undergoing rapid technological revolution. So crisis as an accelerant. Okay, now, also part of this is China is not only a catalyst for digital transformation, it's also a model for digital collectivism, right? So China to verify citizens' identities with new blockchain-based platform provides us a very good model for how to do such a thing. What's holding the West, or we'll just say America, back from this is we're individualists. We have different type of culture. We're very ego-based. We're not really going to fall in line with some of these things. So they're going to have to sell us blockchain in a way that's going to make it look really cool. And in my view, the way they're going to accomplish selling blockchain to the general population is through the guise of decentralization, freedom, and this type of anarcho-cap-based libertarianism on the back of cryptocurrencies. Okay, this is how they're going to sell it to us. Rabo's pulpit says fourth turning. You know, a lot of people bring up, and I've talked about the book Fourth Turning in the past. I like it. I think it's a really cool book. I just think it's a bit two things. It's one, a bit too optimistic, right? And two, it's too, what's a good way to put it? It's too formulaic, right? Far too formulaic. And what I mean by that is, I don't think, though we can, and I guess this can kind of refer to what we talked about Ogburn and especially Kuhn's work. Actually, hold on, let me grab it. Okay, now, of course, Kuhn doesn't really go into as much of the political and the cultural aspects as the Fourth Turning, which is really what I like about the Fourth Turning. But Kuhn's work, Structure of Scientific Revolutions, this is, to me, by far the best cyclical theory regarding revolutions. I think this is by far, at least it's one of my favorites. But now the Fourth Turning is interesting, but I just, there's just not enough, there's not enough evidence. I don't think they provide enough evidence and actual references to make the cycles objective, right? I just don't see, it's not enough objectivity for me. It's a very cool book, very cool ideas. I love how they go into the cultures. I think they were spot on with their descriptions of the cultures. I love it. They did such a good job with that part. That's really, I really enjoyed that book. But I think it's a bit optimistic because basically what their claim is we're going into the fourth turning, right? Which is that kind of all of the cycles of all the turnings. It's the worst one, right? It's the like destruction and deconstruction. But then comes the next turning. So what it says is it's like, oh yeah, we're basically going into a bad time, guys. But we're going to come right out of it and we're going to go right back into this very good time. And I just don't think it works that way. I just don't think it works that way. I'm not saying that things don't generally go up and down, because they do. But what they fail to consider is, what is that good time going to look like, right? So for instance, and they touch on the idea at the end, right? They touch on it, but it's kid gloves, man. It's like, this is gonna sell. Like the books, like that, it's gonna sell a lot of books. It's very accessible. It's just a great book, right? But if we're going to address these things like honestly, well, I don't want to say honestly because it's not like they're being dishonest, but if we're going to be a little more critical, right? A little more deliberate, right? A little more deliberate with regard to coming to some real conclusions. I think we have to consider, okay, if we're going down, if we're in this fourth turning now, part of this turning is transhumanism, right? So if this period is going to transform on a biological level, say 50% of the population, what is that next turning going to look like with 50% of the population subhuman? How good is it going to actually be? You see what I mean? So what it does is it kind of plays in this idea of cycles, but I think it fails to recognize how people change after each cycle. Now, it does address how people change culturally, say some of their interests, some of their emotional, like cultural mores. It does address the change of these things. But what about, like, say, on a biological level that affect all of these things, right? I guess I just wanted so much more, yeah, no, I know, Raybo. I'm just going off. I know you probably didn't want all that, but yeah, no, I know what you're saying. It's just a template, and I think it's a cool template. A very well written book. I really enjoyed it. I think it's a cool book. I think that, if we're really going to seriously address like what's happening, I think that book in particularly omits a whole lot of things. And I don't want to say omit because that could imply that they purposely withheld, but it fails to address, I think, some very serious issues, man. It reminds me of like Reality Plus of David Calmers that we're discussing on the lecture series. He just sells virtual reality like, hey, is it real? Is it not real? But there's more to it if it's real or is it not real. Let's kind of, okay, let's get away from the abstractions and the deep philosophy stuff, but let's talk about the effect. How is this going to affect the future generations of children, as an example? Doesn't touch none of that stuff, right? So it's like, it's tough to talk about. It's tough to talk about really groundbreaking, civilizational level changing things without being very thorough about it, right? If you're talking about something that's going to change humanity as we know it, you better not go in light. You better cover all corners. You really, or at least all potential negative consequences, right? That you got to cover that. Don't sprinkle it with all the positives and then withhold, or at least just fail to address the negative. And I'm not saying Fourth Turning does that. Calmers clearly does that in Reality Plus, but the Fourth Turning is just a little bit, it's a little bit too soft for me. And I don't think it was a very like super academic book either. So I have to also take it for what it is, Calmers as well. It's not an academic book. It's like made for general reading. So I have to always consider who the author is writing to and writing for, because that sometimes compromises the depth, right? Oh, really, Alice Doe? I think you're right. Actually, I think you're right. Yeah. And one of the authors, I can't remember which one, but he was really on the podcast cycle. He was heavy on the podcast cycle, the big podcast. I think he was even on Timcast. Yeah. So I like the book, man. It's fun, but I just don't think it's very realistic. Come on, man. You know the thing. I don't know. Rob. I'm rambling. I am. Forgive me. Rothschild book, says Raybos. Wouldn't be surprised. A lot of these kind of big, all-encompassing sociological, historical books tend to have that bent, right? Like, are you really trying to get to the bottom of this stuff, or are you just trying to sell a bunch of books, right? Be soft and light about it, so you don't piss anybody off, piss off the wrong people. You know what I'm saying? Or are you really trying to examine this stuff and figure out what's going on and really presenting ideas and not afraid to touch on some of the scary aspects of some of these things? That's why I struggle with writing. I'm not like a writer. I write. I've always like been writing things since I was a child. So I guess technically I'm a writer. But when I think of a writer, I think of someone that has put out books, someone that has been published. That's not the case for me. But I have a lot of ideas, and I try my best to put them in some type of written form such that it can be, consumed. But in that process, I'm less worried about the writing aspects of it than I am about really tackling the issue. I might fail in my ability to write a certain way or to write even well. And sometimes I might write a bit too pedantic because it's like I'm really just trying to tear this thing down in as many ways as possible. So the writing aspect is something that I just try to ignore because I don't, I'm a novice, so I just don't feel I have, who am I? What the heck? That's how I've always looked at it. I'll spend hours and years of my life thinking about this stuff, though. That's for sure. That's one thing I'll go in on forever. That's probably the only thing I'll have confidence in is my ability to just analyze something. The writing part is something that I'm working on. So I appreciate the patience, man. So yeah, here we are. Blockchain. And, actually, first, we're not at blockchain yet. Digital ID. This is blockchain. So identities, it's both. Sorry. Identities with new blockchain-based platforms. So what we have here is both. We have identity, so like a precursor to digital ID, but we also have the blockchain technology. So the digital ID can't function properly without a robust blockchain system. Now, I have a book here on blockchain that I'm crawling through. I pick it up every few days. It's just it's hard to read that kind of stuff. But I'm trying to really learn the intricacies of how it works on a technical level so I can have a better grasp. So I'll be eventually presenting more blockchain stuff, right, as far as like technical specifics, right? But the good thing is blockchain isn't a thing yet, really. It's still in its infancy, so it's not very pressing at the moment. Now, blockchain technology will be used to verify the real name identities of China's 1.4 billion people, according to an announcement from blockchain-based service network. China's national level blockchain initiative, a move likely to spark concern about data privacy and advocates. China's top 6 social media platforms, including WeChat, Sina Weibo, Douyin, Kuaishou, Bilibili, and Zhang, whatever, mandate content creators with over 500,000. Okay, so here we go. All right. Now, let's not forget, what did Musk say? He said he wants to make an everything app based on the WeChat model. Okay, so let's always look to the east. to see where we're getting our ideas from and where we're trying to go. So this thing will mandate content creators with over 500,000 or 1 million followers to publicly display their real names or those of their financial backers. That's pretty Orwellian. You got to name your financial backers. But I guess it's like, because these are, I guess, would be considered influencers, right? 500,000 to 1 million followers. So for that kind of state, I guess that could be rational, because you're like, we want to know who's influencing our people, right? Not to say I agree with this, because we're not this type of state, right? So for this type of state, I can understand them doing something like this, right? Now, and I guess that's better than having everyone have to provide that type of information. But again, this is the developing of all of this. We're moving towards this new type of authentication thing. So it's interesting to see what China's doing, because we'll be following suit to some degree soon. And again, this is CoinDesk, which is a good publication. But when it comes to China, when it comes to foreign stuff, it's hard to really know what's the truth. Like, it's just how it is. China's I read that. BSN said in a release that this is the world's first national level real name decentralized identity system. That's key. Okay, this is key. So this is a precedent here, right? So that, hence, me showing you this. This is a precedent. So we've reached a milestone, which I think is pretty significant, given what we hear from the World Economic Forum and all this digital ID stuff, and what we hear from Musk about human authentication via X, and how to use Grok and to be verified on his platform now, you have to provide financial information, as an example, right? As well as, I believe, some type of ID, source of identification, right? So we're already moving towards that as well. Now, I'm not totally against that, I guess, because, for a lot of different, say, softwares, for instance, we all have to provide those things, so I'm not totally against that, because how are you going to pay for it, and when banking is involved, you always have to provide some type of identification to avoid fraud, right? So there's a rationale behind it, but again, I'm always looking to what their goals are, and I can see how these are just steps, and that, that's the hard part. I'm not against paying for things. I'm not against providing information for things, because we have to do that. I mean, I think that's very, it's rational. It's how you can run certain systems, but I know their goals are questionable. Chinese government plan for blockchain-based identity verification. Okay, so this is just a CoinTelegraph. Had an extra one there. Inside China's plan to power global blockchain adoption. So what I'm noticing, shout out to Bari, good to see you, sis, and Cody as well. Pope Devontae, good to see you. Foot in the door, there we go, exactly, right? And what's unfortunate about that is it's exploiting a very modest thing, like providing identification and banking information for accessing, using a service. There should be nothing wrong with that. That's a totally rational thing. But they take this very basic, intimate and secure arrangement and then extend it out into like this digital serfdom crap. So blockchain, could we see China as a model for blockchain adoption? I'm just pulling the articles to show you guys. Let's go back, right? Let's go back. This is 2020, right? 2020. Interesting. And this was right after the quarantine. So during the scamdemic, what do we see here? We're introduced to track and trace. We saw that through the track and trace device thing, the QR codes. You guys remember all of this. We've spent hours talking about these things. And then, of course, we have to consider what happened in 2019, not just Event 201, but the introduction of fifth gen technology, which provided the networking, the sensing, if we want to use an apropos term, the sensing ability came through the vast fifth generation network that was literally installed and turned on in 2019, right before this thing. And right during this thing, we have this concept of blockchain adoption being introduced through China. National blockchain platform. Beijing's strategy to lead, this is important, lead the digital transformation of the world economy. That's a loaded sentence, but wow. Inside China's plan to power global blockchain adoption. Lead the digital transformation of the world economy. Okay, so let's break it down. Lead, model, okay? Model. They're the model, they're the leaders, they are the referent, right? The digital transformation. This is transitioning into fully digital, digital interconnected systems, electrification, making everything electrical, hence the importance of bioelectricity, turning the human body into a wire, as an example, of the world economy. Okay? World economy. Or that's when we get into this kind of like one world order kind of idea. Though it will be multipolar, it's still in a sense centralized under digital transformation. Now, let's continue here. Taiwan completes wholesale CBD technical study, central bank officials say. Now, Taiwan is very important because Taiwan is a microchip giant through TMSC, their company there that provides microchips for all of the prominent American companies in the industry. Now we're working towards creating our own. We're reaching out to Vietnam. We've just formed some new relationships with Vietnam as well as China, right? So Vietnam is like this middleman now between China and America as far as chip production, as well as India. India will be producing a lot of microchip technology as well. People are trying to get away from China because it's becoming more centralized, right? Taiwan completes wholesale CBDC tech. So basically, this is just evidence for this move towards central banking, digital currencies. Now, you guys are all aware of this. I'm just trying to show you some developments. Okay. Chu says CBDCs can serve as the operational basis for tokenization, as traditional financial institutions increasingly experiment with digitizing real-world assets. But these innovations may also pose significant risks to financial stability, consumer protection, anti-money laundering measures, and market integrity. Okay, so there's a lot of issues. Yes, I agree, Bari. India will be a huge superpower. Huge. Absolutely. If they already are in a weird way. It's just it's a soft type of thing at the moment. Now let's see, what do I got here? So we're getting approval. We're getting international research. Here, a technical study by Taiwan, who is a big part of the infrastructure, right? That will be running blockchain systems that digital currencies operate on. Okay, so it's important to see who's doing this type of research, who's doing these studies, and then you find out, oh, well, because you guys are going to be literally the technological infrastructure of these digital economies. So you know they're moving. And here we have a recent clip from President of the European Central Bank, Christine Lagarde. And this is what I mean by it's going to be sold to us in a way that suggests options and, choice and liberty, freedom to work, or should I say freedom to operate in these new ecosystems, right? But I think that's only for a period of time before they say, you know what, we're just gonna make this make some new rules, right?
The digital euro is on the move. Yesterday, the Governing Council of the ECB approved the opening of the preparation phase. It will be a journey, and we will walk the journey together with the legislator. All European institutions will be involved to make sure that Europe is equipped with the currency of the future. Cash is here to stay. You will have all options, cash and digital cash. So what does it mean for you? For consumers, it would be free and easy to use everywhere in the euro area. All of that, of course, is subject to the legislative process. Cash or digital, the choice will be yours.
Interesting. I like the way that sounds. I mean, let's just be objective about it. That's what I would prefer, right? Even if it comes with discomfort, say, you know, we don't get those of us who want to still maintain a significant aspect of cash in our lives, you know, yeah, maybe we will lose a little bit of convenience, a little bit of velocity and connectivity and, you know, instantaneous transactions. I'm willing to deal with that as long as I can continue to operate in this type of integrated, more free dynamic, right? I like the sound of that. But again, I don't believe that's going to last very long. It just seems too generous for these people that we know just want to turn us all into little batteries. Now let's go here. Yeah, exactly, Bara. It's to make it sound palatable. I mean, or palatable, however you pronounce that word. I agree with you, and this is pretty much how I feel about it too. It's, you know, don't worry. You're still gonna have your freedom. You're still gonna have your option. Your option to choose, right? And I think it's like once it's implemented and it becomes standard, people start getting a little enticed by the connectivity and the instant kind of transactional experiences and the convenience. And over time, a large majority of people start functioning in a way that almost depends upon this type of technology, similar to how we're this way with smartphones now. And at that point, they can just say, oh, well, you know what? We have 60 to 75% of the population operating in these digital systems. Now, the addition and choice or option of cash is just cumbersome. It's actually weighing on the sustainability of the entire or overall system. So it would probably be best if we were to just, you know, discontinue this operation of cash altogether, especially if only, say, 25 to 35% of the population is still using it. It's just an idea. But yeah, I feel you on that. A change. Okay, so BlackRock's bit. Oh, so I pulled this one just because I thought it was interesting. Regarding crypto. Okay, so now I wanted to show you an example to kind of balance the CBDC, right? So the CBDC is clearly a type of governmental, state level, universal digital currency that is going to be centralized, is going to entail straight up slavery, right? In the in all forms of the term. But what we've been told, especially through Bitcoin, is, well, cryptocurrencies and cryptocurrencies in general, which this book here is just all, I mean, they can't shut up about how cryptocurrency is going to save the world, right? And how it's going to opt you into this whole gamified Web3 world of virtual communities and virtual services and products and immersive experiences. And you'll be able to earn money through these cryptocurrencies and tokens. It sounds cool. It sounds fun, especially for the younger generations that kind of operate in these worlds through the gaming online world. It sounds perfectly reasonable. But again, we have to realize who we're dealing with here. I don't think these people and their systems are to be trusted. So I wanted to pull this to show you how maybe even cryptocurrencies will also be under operation, or at least co-opt, right? Now, I've said this before, like, you never know, right? Maybe there will be some way, some options. I don't know, I can't see, because I don't want to operate on a type of blockchain economy of any sort. I don't care if it's, it's non-CBDC. I don't want to. Oh man, looks like my OBS disconnected. Hold up, guys. Okay, we're good. I don't know why that happened. That's never happened ever. That was weird. That was super weird, dude. Okay, well, it reconnected, so I'm sorry about that if we cut out for a second. But yeah, if there is an alternative economy outside of like this, like encompassing blockchain stuff, I'm with that, right? Like I've read enough Web3 spatial web stuff to know that this thing is so connected, it's invasive, and it disregards and disrespects all concepts of privacy, especially anonymity. And yeah, I'm an American, so I'm going to come from this perspective from the outset, but I'm all about one's ability to have autonomy, anonymity, and privacy, personal privacy, right? So this one here. So BlackRock's Bitcoin ETF now invites participation from Wall Street banks. A change to the structure of proposed spot Bitcoin ETFs would enable authorized participants, or APs, to create new shares in the fund with cash rather than only with cryptocurrency, essentially opening the door to banks who cannot hold crypto directly. So what we see here is banks coming into the fold, right? Being integrated into the game, because everything is a game. The future is a game as far as these systems and the engineers are concerned. The future is a game, a massive game. BlackRock recently made it so authorized participants, a vital part of the ETF ecosystem, will be able to create new fund shares with cash rather than only with cryptocurrency. As highly regulated U.S. banks are unable to hold Bitcoin themselves, this setup would enable the likes of J.P. Morgan or Goldman Sachs firms with some of the largest balance sheets in the world, to act as APs to BlackRock's ETF. Whether they want to is another matter. Optimism has grown that spot Bitcoin ETFs will soon be approved by the SEC, which would be a game changer for the digital assets industry if it lures a flood of money from retail investors. A commonly held view up until now was that APs would be large market-making firms with experience in crypto, not banks. But the change means banks could get a cut of the action and broaden the ranks of liquidity providers. Yeah, exactly, Late. Exactly. BlackRock equals big red flag. That's why I pulled this right away. And it's like, oh, they're doing something good for the banks, Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's really a club, and we're not invited. Spot on, Robin. So here we are with what is being sold as the only real, alternative or option to some of this big, bad, and scary CBDC stuff is cryptocurrencies, right? But here we can see that the cryptocurrencies also, whether it be through this type of government legislation that wants to block it or limit it or something like that, whether it's that angle or if they just co-opt it themselves, big banks, government systems, and massive corporations, right? I don't know. I'm not very optimistic about the alternatives. I really believe it might come down to literal para economies that are developed on the community level. I mean, as far as I'm concerned at this point, that's all I really can see, because I really believe whether it's through government control or disruption or co-op or just straight up co-opting crypto, I think it's going to just be funneled into the whole project. And I hope I'm wrong, I really do. But if it's blockchain dependent, I'm not interested. I'm really not. And again, it might come to the point where the entire internet is ran on blockchain. And if there's a way for us to operate on blockchain without having to provide certain things, then I would probably be more willing, but it doesn't seem like that's how it's going to work out. Bet you the passcode is 1776. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, Zoe. China's been exchanging virtual money for a while. Yeah, you're right. Check out this. So here's another example of this acceleration on the part of China. They've evading sanctions and breaking rules, to create these super AI processors and nanometer technologies. It's just a little article just to prove that this is what's happening. Evidence mounts that China has sanctions defying 5 nanometer tech. Right. So the story is, oh no, China's breaking all the rules. They're mass developing technology that's more sophisticated than ours. So now we just have to compete. It's kind of like taking on the evil nature of the other. It's like mirroring someone who's, say, evil. What do they say? Just because someone's acting one way doesn't mean you need to act that way too, right? So, and I do understand the competitive aspect, but I think that's just being leveraged. We don't have to go this direction. Let them do all that madness. We don't have to turn ourselves into machines, But again, they're going to say, oh, well, they're going to use the machines against us in war. And it's like, honestly, I don't really see historically, China hasn't been, aside from certain parts of history, they haven't been as much as a war-based country as, say, America, right? They're not going around trying to do Eastern expansion, right? So I don't know, man. I think there's a little bit of projection on the part of America where it's like, oh no, they're going to come get us. It's like, nah, we've been getting everybody for as long as I can remember. So yeah, 2 wrongs don't make a right. I agree. All right, let's see. Now let's go into more of the biotech. Okay, so we're going to switch gears now. We're going from talking about blockchain, talking about China, talking about cyber attacks. We're shifting from that topic now to novel technologies and biotech. We're going to build off of some of the technologies we were talking about in episode 88. Now, of course, these are related to what we've done the show with so far, because all of these technologies are dependent on these microchips, as well as sophisticated, pervasive artificial intelligence algorithms, as well as blockchain. In order for these types of systems to function, they need all of those. And I believe the feigned and orchestrated cyber attacks, the feigned and orchestrated conflicts internationally, geographically, geopolitically, warfare, etc., are all different forms of 5th generation warfare, which are just orchestrated operations that seek rapid acceleration in the development of these technologies, such that we can have these transhumanist systems. Could we be Could we possibly be right now predictively programmed to experience a massive cyber attack over the next, say, 6 months or a year? Possibly. We possibly could. How massive? Who knows? But they're definitely building it up. Like, all of the predictive material is there. It's all there. Could it be a honeypot? Always a question I'm going to ask, especially given this Netflix series and it's backed by the Obamas, and you have like everyone in social media talking about it, even normies, like normies calling it out. Strange, but again, who really knows? But it's important to pay attention and also just to, look at things from many perspectives and prepare, right? Like, especially for things like blackouts. Make sure you just always have a decent amount of water, decent amount of food sources. It's never a bad idea to prep a little bit. I think instead of like people being fearful and worried and stressed out and anxious, that's all a waste of time. I think the best thing you could do is prepare and be faithful, right? And prayed up and just keep living your life and enjoy it as well. I mean, we have to enjoy the short little period we're here, right? Especially given the world we've been handed, right? Now, I want to now go to August 9th of 2022, and I want to show you here a fact sheet from the White House. Because this whole supply chain thing, we saw that happening during the COVID, but this whole chip issue that we're seeing now and that we have been seeing all year was, in a sense, prepared for us in advance. And here's just a little example of that. So, fact sheet. Chips and Science Act will lower costs, create jobs, strengthen supply chains, and counter China. So we've been having this China thing for quite some time. It's not like it's necessarily new, and it didn't start in 2022. But I think this was like an initial preparation for what we're seeing now and what we might be seeing heavy throughout 2024, a big Chinese presence, technologically speaking, right? Possibly cyberattacks, possibly. So this whole counter China, I think what this is, it's as I said earlier, it's a way to rile this last breath of patriotism we have in the country, this meager semblance of nationalism, right? And say, hey guys, big bad China is pushing forward with the technology. Let's beat them. Let's beat the bad guys, America, right? So here we are. What's the goal? Well, we're going to be just like China. We're going to beat China. We're going to beat China at their own game. We're going to be more Chinese than China, right? We're just going to become full-on collectivist transhumanists, right? So I wanted to show this one little part here just because I thought it was very important. Moving towards biotech. Okay. So this does many things, right? As you can see here, coordinated permitting for high-tech manufacturing. Okay. Now, what I'm showing you guys here is evidence for our government, and I would say every government in any developed country on Earth, being purely a transhumanist state. Purely. The old ways of secular humanism integrated with respect for traditionalism, even Americana, and of course Christianity and faith-based practice or faith-based systems is gone. It's gone. The concept of the West, it doesn't exist anymore. We use it for, just brevity and for understanding, but technically speaking, the West doesn't exist. We're now just a multipolar transhumanist system, a massive holistic system of systems, all operating on this singularity, this singular direction of biodigital convergence, this direction towards singularity, this direction towards full digitization, electrification of everything, moving us towards a post-human future where even the concept of human is completely redefined through us no longer being the same anymore, such that we can't rightfully claim the term or the concept human because we don't fit its definition any longer, given that at some point will be completely merged with biosynthetic technologies. So at that point, the concept of human is useless and absolutely meaningless, right? We're moving that direction. I'm showing you governmental evidence of this through our technological systems, and as, of course, the backing and the funding and the promotion of them. The CHIPS and Science Act will bolster U.S. leadership in semiconductors, sure. Promote U.S. innovation in wireless supply chains. Again, I'm showing you evidence that all we are trying to do is build this massive fourth industrial revolution interconnected wireless system where our bodies will be wired to it as well. And again, the hardest part about it is a lot of people will agree with it because it won't be invasive, and it actually will probably be less traumatic, less damaging to the health once they really get the biophotonics in order. And then we're just going to look like dinosaurs arguing against this stuff. You know, we'll just be just ostracized. And we already are. I mean, we saw the formation of that during 2020. Just ostracize all of you, you know, what they used to call us. Now, promote innovation in wireless supply chains. Of course, everything wireless, hence everything digital, everything electric. Advance U.S. global leadership in the technologies of the future. This is key. Leadership in new technologies, from artificial intelligence to biotechnology to computing. Okay. This is the bio-digital convergence in a sentence, basically, here. From artificial intelligence, which is the mind, the thinking ability, right? The information production system, right? To biotechnology. Biotechnology is the convergence, the integration of flesh, meat, and machine. To computing. Computing is the overall integrated system, right? Ubiquitous computing as an example, right? So we have the mind, the brain, the artificial intelligence, the biotechnology, the actual integration process, and then we have the computing, the overall system through which it runs. Is critical to both our future economic competitiveness, again, always appealing to competition, and our national security, okay? So competition and security. In other words, ego and fear. Okay. We can't lose. We got to win. We have to be the best. We have to compete with all the other countries, driving us more towards post-humanism. But also we have to do it for national security. We must be afraid of others. The CHIPS and Science Act will establish a technology, innovation, and partnerships directorate at the National Science Foundation. Now, the reason I pulled this is because, amongst others, and I'll show you them, the National Science Foundation is extremely influential in the governmental and policy-based aspects of transhumanism. Right? They fund and orchestrate or organize a large part of these technologies and their R&D. Okay, a lot of the production of these technologies are through the influence of the National Science Foundation. The NSF to focus on fields like semiconductors and advanced computing. advanced communication technology, advanced energy technologies, quantum information technologies, and biotechnologies. It will strengthen commercialization of research and technology, ensuring that what is invented in America is made in America. Again, so here we are appealing to nationalism. Okay. It doesn't matter anymore if it's made in America or not. If it's connecting us in some cloud that has nothing to do with America. See, they understand the general population won't figure that out. Oh, it's made in America. Yeah, but it has no connections to America. Just because it's made here, what does it do? How does it operate? Where does it actually exist? It's in the cloud. It doesn't exist anywhere. It's everywhere. There's a war on public space. Public space, material space, doesn't matter anymore. Time, space, spatiotemporal. Very little significance in this type of future of instantaneous automation and ubiquity. Omnipresence, omnipotence, omniscience. Right. The act will also reauthorize and expand fundamental and use-inspired research at the Department of Energy Office of Science and National Institute of Standards and Technology to sustain U.S. leadership in the sciences and engineering as the engine for American innovation. Let's repeat this. To sustain U.S. leadership in the sciences and engineering as the engine for American innovation. This is fascinating because when we look at a lot of the American innovation, it's not very American, especially when we look at who's funding it, who's making a lot of the decisions, or who it's directly contingent upon, like, say, Israel, or even China, Taiwan, right? When we want to talk about some of these technologies, whether it be influence, actual chip manufacturing, or directive. I think we take a lot of direction and influence from Israel as an example. So no, there's American leadership. It's almost like American has very little meaning in a lot of this, and I think that speaks to some of the deception. Right? American innovation. Interesting. Now, let's get a little deeper with this now, okay? Now, I'm going to show you, let's go back to 2010. So, on the last show, episode 88, we talked about terahertz. We talked about biosensors, okay? So, this is definitely a new direction of biotechnology. I'm really working on a bunch of stuff in that area that I'll be presenting, where I try to describe exactly how they are going to officially create a golem, officially create this type of super intelligent AI. And a massive part of it is through a lot of these types of biotechnologies. Now, it's fascinating because these biotechnologies, they actually can make a lot of the medical processes more efficient. The AI is able to detect things an average human being can't. A group of doctors can't even compete with one of these AIs that has access to data that's almost exponential. So parts of this stuff it's like, wow, it's hard to argue against because it's so efficient. And it adheres perfectly to this iatrogenic medical system we have that puts everything in a type of treatment-based model, right? Where drugs, chemicals, and therapies and manipulation of materials and substances are the go-to, right? We don't have a more homeopathic, naturalistic, preventative type of medicine that, say, we would discover in the East, which is fascinating when you think about how the East gets a lot of things right regarding human health, at least traditionally, but they're leading the charge in the transhumanist health movement. It's so fascinating. We'll touch on that eventually. But yeah, that's the hard part. This technology is going to be very efficient. It's going to be a game changer, as they say. But this is the thing. What I'm discovering is that this is how they're actually going to build the AGI. This is how they're actually going to build the golem. I'm writing on this. This is going to be probably one of my biggest projects here. I'm coming to the understanding that this is how they're actually going to map the golem, is through the data collection of these technologies that they're using under the guise of medical health, under the guise of healing, and under the guise of curing disease. But actually, this whole thing is literally mapping God's creation, turning it into information, turning it into data. We'll go there. I don't want to talk too much about it. But let me show you this here. Let's go to 2010. So last show we talked about the 2022 paper of biosensors and how they're starting to use nano micro machines in the bloodstream to deliver drugs, to monitor cell formation, or should I say cell function, and to even augment cell function inside the body, real time, remotely. We are also going to talk about biosynthetics, or synthetic biology, which plays a role in this as well. From there, you get chimeras and hybrid animals, hybrid creatures, the ability to turn off and on through biophotonics, turn off and on cell function, cell expression, the ability to, in real time, live augment DNA structures through light, right? Through the use of graphene. Very like just creepy, but actually like fascinating stuff when you think about like how amazing the human structure and systems are. But then it's scary when you think about how these very godless Frankenstein like scientists, mad scientists, are playing with God's creation. So we talked a little bit about the 2022 paper. I want to bring us back. Let's go all the way back to 2010, when some of this stuff was very fresh and very new. Before we really got into the internet of bio-nano things, let's just look at the internet of nano things. Okay. So this was kind of like the proto version of bio-nano things. Scary cool days. Yeah, scary cool is a good way to put it, Bari. So let me pull this up here. So this is a 2010 paper by Dr. Akelids, who I've showed you clips of him in the past. During the quarantine thing, I was showing you some stuff he was working on. Those actually got pulled. I got a strike for it, but it was hard during those several months. But let's return to some of his work here in research paper form. Okay, so this is the Internet of Nano Things. Exactly what is that? The interconnection of nanoscale devices with existing communication networks, and ultimately the internet, defines a new networking paradigm that is further referred to as the Internet of Nano Things. Within this context, this paper discusses the state of the art in electromagnetic communication among nanoscale devices. So it's important here, certain things are highlighted. Electromagnetic communication is, in a sense, the operating system, I guess we could call the connectivity, right? Through the electromagnetic fields, communication is created between small nanoscale devices in body to external operating systems, say the cloud, as an example. This is how you're able to manipulate at a molecular level aspects of human biology from external means, from remote locations. Okay. Now, the key to these things are sensing or actuation, right? So they actuate and sense data. Okay. It's in a way, as someone had mentioned earlier, interpretation. It's a type of biodigital hermeneutic therapy. It's a hermeneutic when we think of Internet of Nano Things. It's a hermeneutic, or it's an interpretation. It's an interpretation system that interprets the biological functions of the human body in real time, and is able to be accessed remotely and at will, but also in a way that is able to escape the material world, right? It works on frequencies. It works on an electromagnetic scale. It works through cellular systems, hence wireless connectivity, hence the importance of telecommunications. As we research all of these, what you'll notice is it's always, in every sense possible, connected to some type of device. None of this works. None of this type of biotechnology works, at least in these initial stages, without smart technology and without devices. None of it works. The devices are the only way to give access to independent bodies. Right? It's the only possible way. Now, what is going on now, unfortunately, is that these systems have been upgraded and are sophisticated enough to work directly with graphene molecules or graphene technology, we'll say. And graphene is small enough to be put in everything. So, as I said in the last show, there's going to come a time where the phones don't even matter because our biological material is saturated with conductive and accessible communicative substances like GO, right? Now, some will say this is a good thing because the graph integrates perfectly with our biological systems. It's almost a brilliant discovery Satan has made. And with that, it's better for our health. It isn't invasive at all. In fact, it's bioconducive, right? Biocompatible. It's hard to argue against that. Very difficult. It will be, I'll say it now, it will be looked at as a savior, like a human technological savior. And that's going to be the hardest thing to fight against, unfortunately, is that it's going to be too good. Yeah, absolutely, Zoe. We did a show, if you look, I think it's episode 86 on the main channel. We did a 6th gen show where I went all the way into the significance of 6th gen. Yep, you're absolutely correct. Right now we're at 5+. That's the best we have, but we're on our way out. We're on our way. We're in transition into the 6th. I think 2024, 2025 are going to be very transitional for the 6th because they want the 6th gen to be up and running by, I think, 2028. Well, they want to introduce it in 2025, but we saw how long 5th gen took to really break, right? Because I think they introduced 5th gen in I want to say 2015 or 16 or something like that. It didn't really go live until 2019, I believe. Let's continue. The resulting nano networks will be able to cover large areas to reach unprecedented locations in a non-invasive way. This is key, non-invasive. So you don't need any injections. You don't need any microchips, RFID chips, none of that stuff, guys. All of that stuff is old. It's going to still be used for certain use cases, but in the grand scheme of things, all of that chip in your hand stuff is not even necessary for certain use cases, but it will be useful and it necessary for others. So it's not like they're not going to use it all. I'm just trying to show you guys that there are many different types of technologies. And to perform additional in-network processing. Moreover, the interconnection of nanoscale devices with classical networks, phones, and ultimately the internet cloud defines a new networking paradigm, to which we further refer as the Internet of Nano Things. Okay. For the time being, we envision two main alternatives for communication in the nanoscale, namely molecular communication and nano-electromagnetic communication. So these are the two major factors here. Molecular level biological material interacting with the nano-electromagnetic networks and biosynthetic materials. And the nano-electromagnetic communication requires certain bandwidths, especially terahertz, which we talked about last show. We're not there yet. We're just not. So again, a lot of this, and this was a 2010 paper. So we're not necessarily there yet, but I'm just showing you the direction. Like, this is where everything is going. And we're going to do a whole show on waves and bands and all of this. I'm going to go into much depth on this stuff, so you guys will get like a real lecture style understanding of how this stuff works. Because I do all the reading. I read all these boring long papers, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages, and I have to share it with someone. Okay, so I'm gonna share it with y'all, because this is the stuff they're working on, and it's just crazy. It's like, people are insane. We introduced the architecture for the Internet of Nano Things in 2 different applications, namely intrabody nano networks for remote healthcare. So this is how it is all being introduced. And it makes much sense why the scamdemic happened when it did. Because in one way, it literally occurred directly after the introduction of the 5th gen networks in 2019. But it also gave the perfect reason to have a type of interbody disease interpretation system that goes beyond the type of technologies we've already had. Didn't you think it was so interesting how during COVID, they were, I thought it was interesting. Like, I was aware of genomics, mRNA. I was very well aware of all of these systems. But that's coming from a researcher's perspective. I was blown away to see Bill Gates, Fauci, all of these like priests, these high priests, getting on TV and telling people, yeah, we're just going to put something in your system that, you know, does something with your genes, and it's a message. I'm like, are people going to go for this stuff? It is like crazy to me to see them openly telling people, yes, we are introducing, now of course they don't use these terms, but we're introducing transhumanist novel technologies into the bodies of the entire population. I mean, that's why I couldn't shut up about it. Okay, that's why I almost lost the channel during that period, because I knew what this stuff was, and I couldn't believe how everyone is just accepting it. My own family members. It's just like, oh my goodness, you guys, do you know what's happening? It's just crazy. So like, it just, when we think about how the rollout worked, it makes perfect sense that the way they introduced, say, the Internet of Nano Things, and the way they introduce biodigital convergence is through, of course, on the back of a crisis, but also through the guise of need, right? Of problem solving. You know, they say technology is really just, for the most part, a result of problem solving, right? So the problem now is this type of exponential spread of mutating diseases that is affecting people's bodies. So with that kind of issue going around, you have this, as we had said in the past, this exponential pandemic threat. And I kept using that term to describe the justification of all of the transhumanist technology that will be rolled out over the next decade, right? There's this exponential pandemic threat, so we have to keep rolling out these new technologies to keep up, right? And the fear, the novelty of it all, this kind of like newfangled like thing in people's bodies is going to scare the crap out of the general pop. So they'll be less willing, or should we say they'll be less apt to question and critique and maybe even think. So they're going to accept these types of novel texts, but at the same time, though, when you describe it in a way that seems cool, that seems revolutionary, and you call it emerging technology, or you call it biotechnology, as opposed to calling it like eugenic transhumanist technologies, people are going to be more willing to accept it, especially when you use like cultural artifacts like Bill Gates, you know, that have been inspiring and influencing people in the areas of computer science since they were children, right? Very clever how they did this. And now I'm just walking you back to how some of this stuff was built up. and I'll be contrasting it to current things, and I'll be showing you future things. So I'll give you a past, a present, and a future understanding of how all these technologies are being developed, converging, but also changing on a political level, on a personal biological level, on a cultural level, and on an overall civilizational level. Now, here's just a very simple image of this. Okay, so here they have two main things: the interconnected intra-body network and the interconnected office. So what we're being sold right now through the Internet of Things is the interconnected office. So this idea right here is pretty commonplace right now. We're being sold this through Alexa, right? The concept of Alexa, through Apple Watches, through this new type of internet, high-speed internet that we have now, as well as the UWB, right? The ultra-wideband network that we get through our cell phones, that we get through our Apple Watches and our Apple tags, right? So as you can see here, nano micro interface. This is the nano micro interface. Then you have the nano router, nano nodes, right? And what it does is it links all your things, like even on your keys. And I think the way they got us introduced to this is through the Apple tags, like putting little sensor tags on your belongings so you can track them because you can't remember anything anymore. But it's just introducing these concepts to us in a commercial, consumer-based model, yet people don't realize this is actually just introducing us to an overall, like, digitally interconnected experience in life. Like they want everything connected to this degree, which is just disturbing. So this is the office, and this is more understandable, it's more acceptable, and it's more realistic, and it's what this is 2010, but this idea here is common. I mean, a lot of us already kind of have this setup. You know, I don't use tags or anything, but I mean, we already kind of have these like micro networks of different devices that connect us to the cloud, or to, here they say the internet, but today we know it as the cloud. Now, this is what's most disturbing, is the intra-body network, and that's what this image is here. Now, again, this is 2010, so this is actually old. What I'm going to be showing you in shows coming and over the next few months is I'm going to be showing you the most recent representations of this type of theory, and it's going to make this look silly. Like all these extra pieces and all these big cumbersome things, you don't even need any of this crap anymore. But I'm just showing you how it developed. There it is. Keep steady. Good to see you, by the way. Hunger Games technology, full control of nature and beast, omnipresence and tracking man. There it is. I mean, that's a very straightforward and accurate way to describe this. Absolutely. I mean, literally to the cellular level, to the molecular, cellular, the atomic level. Everything mapped. Straight up. Now, I think there's a lot going on with this, a lot of purposes. Of course, changing the image of man, making man in his technological image, separating man from God, separating the creation from the creator. I think these are probably the major aspects of it, right? But then I also see a very, the utility behind it has to do with not helping or healing or, considering public health and the future of health, but actually siphoning very sensitive, intricate, siphoning sensitive and intricate information from human bodies and the human's natural environment as resources to develop artificial versions of these things, golems, chimeras, companion robotics, non-human beings. We'll get there. I got it, man. I told you I've been reading like all of this new stuff this year, and I've been doing a lot of writing, and I'm going to be sharing a lot of these things. And it's really like we're living in a type of Hollywood movie, science fiction film. All the stuff we've been talking about for years. And as we've said, and you guys have said it, the stuff they show us, they're really working on, and the stuff they're showing us isn't even as great as the stuff they got. All of those things are so meaningful right now. Oh, Pope. Very, very good point. Yes. Oh, yeah. This all makes me really wonder if telepathy will be something we see. Now, this is the question. To the extent that science has the resources, the manpower, and the cultural support, these things can definitely be a reality insofar as the Most High God allows it, right? I have to definitely put that at the end, because I have papers, I have research that straight up presents the reality of telepathy, right? And I won't even go there today because that's going to take us down a whole rabbit hole. But man, you're on to something, brother. You are on to something. Now, let's continue. Okay, so we don't have to go through the whole thing. I just really want to show you guys how this works. So what you have here, and this is very prehistoric. Okay, this is like old. 2010, for as far as like this area of biotechnology is concerned, this is very old, but I just want to show you the idea behind it. So you have these things here, which are nano nodes, or what they would call today as nano networks. These things now are small enough to be put in the bloodstream, and I personally believe the COVID scenario was an introduction to this idea. I'm not saying, because some people on the internet right now are saying we all have these nano sensors in us, and I'm not saying that because I don't have evidence of that. But what I am saying is that through what we experienced during the intervention, through the mass injection of populations, we were introduced to the vehicle for this type of stuff. I'm not saying, because some people are out there saying like, oh no, we're all running, we all have these things in us. I'm not even going there because I don't have the actual proof of that. But I do know we were introduced to the vehicle, the actual vehicle to get stuff like this put in us. Now with this type of universal, now annual, every 6 months scare tactic, people running to go get jabbed up. Now they got the vehicle, as well as people accepting the concept of novel stuff and therapies and genetic stuff, and they're okay with it. Man, this is not going to be any big deal to them, right? So I believe we were introduced to the vehicle for this stuff. So now there's a culture of injection. There's a culture of augmentation, biotechnological augmentation. There's a culture of it now. And I think that's what the last 3 years had a lot to do with is forming this culture of transhumanist biotech exception, right? Through the state of exception, or mandates. Beta test. Good one, Joe. Yes, beta test. I like that. That's a good way to put it. It was. And I know some people disagree. You got a lot of people out on the internet saying a whole lot of stuff about what happened, but I just really try to stick, at least if I'm going to be firm about something, I try to stick to something that I could objectively prove. And yeah, I think there was definitely a massive beta testing going on. And really the formation of the culture and the social engineering aspect, that's really the goal, because once you can get the population to just not question a thing or just totally conform, then you could get them to do anything you want. You don't have to force anything. You don't have to deceive them. You just tell them to do stuff and they'll do it from that point forward. And I think we were really engineered to do that. So here you have the nodes, like the nano networks, that are in the bloodstream all throughout the body, distributed widely throughout the body, such that the body is saturated with this sensor network. And then here is this, it's like an interface, right? Like a patch, if you will, like a smoking patch, right? And this interfaces with the device that is connected to the wide body area network that is really the energetic field around you, right? That is charged, right? And what this does is it creates energy, and this signal communicates with the device that's near body, and then this near body device that is being fed information through the interface, right? It's a gateway, right? This is a gateway between the interface that is getting information from the interbody networks. So the external outer body interface is connecting with the gateway or the cell phone near body, which connects with the cloud. And then the cloud collects the information that is then collected from the healthcare provider. Okay, so really, interestingly, this will be looked at especially for like near death, end of life care, or those elderly, those that are, or should we say, terminal illnesses, cancers, all of these very life-threatening illnesses. This type of technology will be praised, will be worshipped, because it will appear as a type of God that can heal the inside of a body from the outside in a way that appears magical. Now, again, this is 2010. This is very old. I'm just showing you guys the history of it. I want you to understand how this stuff develops, where it started, what it first looked like, and I'll take you down to show you where it's at now and how they're introducing it to us. That's the part that's most interesting, how they're introducing this stuff to us. It's so clever, man. And at the same time, a lot of it's rational. It's not invasive. It doesn't seem to harm, I mean, honestly, when you look at some of the genetic stuff, it seems a lot more dangerous as far as like the body rejecting and dealing with DNA and the epigenetic consequences. It seems like something that's a lot more precarious. It seems like it's something that's, a lot more risky. But when you get into the bio-nano stuff, especially in the biophotonics and optogenetics, it's not as invasive. It's dealing with actual natural human energetic systems. It's on a super nano scale, so it almost integrates perfectly in the bloodstream. It's like it's tough, guys, because like the future is transhumanism. That's clear, but it's hard for the normie, right? For us, it's clear. This stuff is satanic. This is invasive. This is wrong. God would be against this. That's obvious for us. But for the normie, it's like trying to explain this to them. They almost won't. They'll be like, "What do you mean? This is amazing. This is awesome." Especially when you talk to the graphene cult. I mean, it's scary. It's scary. But the problem I have is lack of consent for sure, but also the level of manipulation. How they introduce this stuff to us through crisis. In ways like either or fallacies. Ways that seem to limit our ability to choose and our inability to actually critique and understand what's even going on. It's this very manipulative way of getting this type of technology in people to the degree that it's normalized, and then it's too late to really say anything about it. And I think that's partially where we're at now, given that, say, 40% of the population has already taken some of these very questionable things in their bodies. It's like the gate has been opened, Yeah, I agree, Prisma. That's a whole other thing when we think about the spiritual aspects of it. Yeah, right? Only side effect is that it forever traps your spirit in the beast computer, right? Yes. See, this is something we can understand. This is something we could agree upon too, right? Like there's a spiritual aspect to this. Once you start connecting to this stuff and you start putting your faith in these systems and these machines, and you no longer putting your faith in God, that's a disconnect. I think that's a big part of transhumanism on the Satan part, on the part of Satan. A shout out to the frequency. It says graphene cult ? Yeah, man. There's a massive cult, and I'm using that. I guess it's a bit hyperbolic, but there is a movement that is like a biohacking movement that's like super just gun-ho about graphene and how it's going to save the earth and it's going to save humankind and it's going to fix everything. And who's one of the biggest spokespersons for this? And I just throw up in my mouth a little bit every time I see him speak. I hate to be disrespectful, but I have to be honest. This guy Ian on Timcast, what's his name? Ian something. Oh my gosh, this dude is like a cheerleader for graphene, and he started a lot of this actually in like 2000, like during the COVID situation, which I thought was fascinating too. Because right during the quarantines, right during COVID, that's when Timcast blew up. And then you had that one guy on for a short period and got rid of him because he was actually kind of like asking some, I'd say, some interesting questions, though he was, of course, a bit blue-pilled. Then he brought in this Ian dude. And it's like, who's this new age dude talking absolute nonsense, has no idea what he's talking about, especially when he talks about anything faith-based or Christianity. It's just like kind of ridiculous, right? And I understand these guys are like actors and stuff. I don't know. They're not like legitimate. But anyways, this guy was just, he's like a big cheerleader for graphene and its ability to, fix the world, right? And through my research, I've I've ran into a lot of these types that are just like, everything's going to be fixed once we just put graphene in everything. And it's like, they don't, and I'll assume they're ignorant to the potentials of these things, regardless of the potential health benefits, right? Do you know who's running these systems? Do you know what they're actually going to be doing with this level of connectivity and direct control and manipulation of very sensitive interbody systems of any individual on Earth? I mean, it's a bit too invasive, or let's say too connective, right? It's like, this is too much power given, right? So that's what I meant by that, by the cult. It's a legitimate movement that is seeking to fix all of our ills with applications, graphene-based applications. There we go, Crossroad. Crossroad? Is it Ian Crossroad? Or Crossland? Is it Crossroad or Cross? I don't know. I don't mean to do it any disrespect, but, ugh, gosh, I just can't stomach the dude. Anyhow, let's continue. But he's like super big, like pro-graphene guy. He just can't shut up about it. And people don't realize that that's exactly one of the main key substances this post-human organization is going to use to completely control humankind from the molecular level. It's just crazy. It's just crazy, man. So yeah, this is like, we won't go too much to this. I just wanted to show you guys this article. It's one of the earliest. It's a very like foundational paper. Okay, so they're really worried about, we need to understand, like, the biggest issue is the terahertz channel, right? And it's short range, and it's not very reliable. There's a lot of noise, there's a lot of disruption. Crossland, there it is. Thank you, Laura. And again, I'm not trying to talk about the dude, but I gotta be honest. I know, Laura, he seems like a nice guy. He definitely comes across as a likable dude, but the stuff he says, it's like, what? Like, especially he used to really have all these really weird things to say about Christianity and about Christ. And he's kind of like, he has this new age progressive kind of take, which just irritates me to no end. But yeah, the graphene promotion just really got under my skin. It's like, do you not realize what this could do? Like, in the hands of those who are in charge? Like, come on, bro. How can you be that naive? I guess he's just, the naivete just really irks me, man. Really irks me. Yeah, he's definitely into the mind altering stuff. He definitely promotes all of that. Yeah, ayahuasca and all that stuff. He's like a baby Joe Rogan, And Joe Rogan, techno pagan himself, Again, these are like high level dudes, so we could talk loosely about them, but at the same time, I don't mean any disrespect. I'm just being honest about how I feel about them. And I think they're damaging. I think they are. I think they are definitely. How do you say it? Like, they poison the well. They definitely poison the well, and they misguide. They misguide people. They get on there and just say all types of nonsense. And it's unfortunate when you have such a massive following and you're just talking straight up nonsense. I don't know. There's a responsibility that comes with having an audience of that size. And I just don't feel any of these big, shows and stuff really consider that. And I guess when you're at that level, it's all about the money at the end of the day, I guess. Okay. So what I really wanted to get to after just kind of going over this was getting back to the NSF. I wanted to show you, look who has been funding this since the very beginning, right? So to bring it all the way back here, as we looked at this, right? And then we get down here. Advance global leadership in the technologies of the future, right? And of course, the National Science Foundation, key. And this was 2022, right? So they're showing you the connections. And then we go here. Boom. This work was supported by the U.S. National Science Foundation, the NSF. Here's the grant number for those that want to look it up. So these organizations have been our government. Okay. Our government has been funding this type of stuff. This is a 2010 paper, and there's stuff even before this, not nano things, but there's a lot of these biotechnologies. So, yeah, man, our government has been funding these projects. All right, so now let me take you to, let's see. So this was in August, I think. Yeah, August 2022. Now let's go to 1 month later, September. And I showed you guys this when it came out. We covered this in 2022 when this dropped, but I also covered this a little bit on episode 88. Executive Order on Advancing Biotechnology and Biomanufacturing Innovation for Sustainable, Safe, and Secure American Bioeconomy. So if you guys are really paying attention, not only do you see that clearly our government is only concerned with funding these types of technologies for the future. No way, Hulk. Really? Damn. They already hit me with a disclaimer. They're going to crawl through this. You know, I'm probably going to pull this. Yeah, I'm going to pull this. I'm going to pull it after, and I'll post it up. I'll pull it, I'll edit it up, and then I'll post it on my my other video hosting website, my non-YouTube hosting website, and then, y'all know what I'm going to do with it. I don't have to talk too much, but it'll be available. But thank you for that, bro. Yeah, this is definitely this show today is way too far, but you know what? We gonna do it. So now, so here you can see that we're all about moving towards and when we think of bioeconomy, we think of, let's just say, digital currency as an example, right? We do realize that these technologies can be perfectly integrated into these types of systems, right? That's what's of most importance here, realizing the full integration of all of these things. They can be integrated with our biology. And there's actually a lot of papers suggesting biointegrated currencies, which I will be showing you as well. Now, I know we've been talking about Biden. I know. But listen, this is under Trump, actually, of course, stemming from the work of Obama, but also, I guess, starting with Bush. So 9/11, man, so much came out of 9/11. This came out of 9/11 too, actually. This one did too. No, I understand that, Raybo. I know. I appreciate that, man. Not let it get to my head. Yeah, I definitely appreciate it. I know that it's scare tactics, but I've noticed in the past when I get hit with those things, they'll either like pull the video, give me some weird kind of like blocked in certain locations, or a strike sometimes. So yeah, I appreciate that though. They're definitely, they have the AI now, and it just picks up on certain terms. It's all automated. But yeah, so let's look at this. Okay. This technically started during the Bush era, right? But check this out. This was actually formed under under Trump, right? So when we think of warp speed, we have to remember he was a big part of warp speed and the introduction of the novel tech, but also he was full supporter of the Nanotechnology Initiative and the NNI. We'll go into the NNI eventually as well, but I just want to show you guys some of this stuff here. Now, this is a National Nanotechnology Initiative supplement to the president's 2019 budget. Okay, so this is part of Trump's budget, right? Now, I'm sure a lot of people didn't realize this, but it's pretty straightforward. So about this document is a supplement to the president's 2019 budget request submitted to Congress on February 12th, 2018, and serves as the annual report for National Nanotechnology Initiative called for under the provisions of the 21st Century Nanotechnology Research and Development Act of 2003. So this comes right out of Bush, started in 2001. The report also addresses the requirement for Department of Defense reporting on its nanotechnology investments. Okay. And this is just like 40-something pages, so of course, I read it and highlighted what I want to discuss, so I'll show you. So, let's check it out. Here it is, guys. This is straight up transhumanism, and for people to think like transhumanism is a conspiracy theory, it's like, huh? Really? Like, have you even looked? I mean, this is literally merging man with machine. That's what nanotechnology is being used to actually do. So a lot of people say, oh, nano just means small. It just means micro. It's like, no, bro. Nano means far more than that. Nanotechnology is affecting all aspects of life through innovations that enable, for example, strong, lightweight materials for aerospace application, clean, accessible drinking water. There's the water reference I was trying to present to you guys earlier, the importance of water and how our water resource and resources will be integrated with nanotechnology. They're already working on it right now. Now, some will say, oh, well, that's not a bad thing. It's not like, they're putting bad stuff in there. How do you know? I don't know, man. That's why I just think it's important to pray over whatever you put in your body, man. Just pray over it. And at that point, I don't worry about anything, once I pray over it. That doesn't mean eat anything, but you get the point. Super fast computers with vast amounts of storage, self-cleaning surfaces, wearable sensors, and health monitors. This is key. Safer food through packaging and monitoring. Regrowth of skin, bone, and nerve cells for better medical outcomes. This is called synthetic biology, which we will be diving into deep soon. I mean, this is one of my most favorite research topics because it's like real deal X-Men mutant type of technology. Like, I'm not kidding. And I will show you. It's fascinating, right? Smart windows that lighten or darken to conserve energy. Nanotechnology enables concrete that dries more quick. Okay, so new metamaterials, stuff we've covered. I'm just showing you guys for just so you understand exactly what this stuff is. Yeah, no weapon. Exactly. No weapon. Introduction. The National Nanotechnology Initiative, NNI, established in 2001. Okay. Key. Very key. It's almost as if everything really started then. Now, of course, we go back to our milestones, right? We go back to the summer of love, right? As far as the cultural social engineering. We go back to World War II and post-World War II with regard to cybernetics and postmodernism and the computer age, okay? Of course, before that, we go to the progressive era of, say, early 1900s into, of course, with the work of Woodrow Wilson, where we think about the opening of globalism, League of Nations, etc. We can go even back further to, say, the Gilded Age, which really started, the banking and the robber barons and, the first real industrial revolution / capitalist movement, right? And then we can even go to Malthus, where eugenics began. So there's many, of course, we could go to many different historical moments. But 2001, for our time, those of us listening now, our time, this is just such a significant year. The breaking of the millennium. Huge. Nanotechnology Research and Development Act is a U.S. government research and development R&D initiative. 20 federal departments, independent agencies and commissions work together toward the shared vision of a future in which the ability to understand and control matter at the nanoscale leads to a revolution in technology and industry that benefits society. Transhumanist technocracy. This is our American government, guys, under Donald J. Trump, 2019. Understanding and controlling matter at the nanoscale enables a host of unique physical, chemical, and biological properties with broad applications across the disciplines and industrial sectors. These nanotechnology-enabled applications are providing new capabilities to areas as diverse as consumer electronics, medicine, transportation and infrastructure, water purification and monitoring, energy, aerospace, apparel and textiles, sporting goods, and agriculture and food safety. The nanotechnology R&D underway today will provide the foundation for future applications enabling entirely new capabilities and products, from artificial muscles that heal themselves to transport wood to transparent wood that can stop a bullet. Nanotechnology has much more to offer. Through sustained support of basic and early stage applied research, the President's budget of nanotechnology will further the progress of NNI to strengthen the national security innovation base, transform healthcare, modernize America's infrastructure, say digital transformation, advance manufacturing, educate a future-focused workforce, and lead to job growth and economic prosperity. Okay, let's continue. Let's connect some dots. So here are some of the major institutions and agencies. Okay, so you're all very familiar with these. We don't have to really break them down. We got the HHS and the NIH. Okay, so we have the public health. We have the NSF, who we just described. Okay, and the National Science Foundation. We got the DOE, right? Department of Energy, Department of Defense, right? The DOC, NIST, FDA, DHS, just to name some important ones. EPA, NASA, USDA. Okay, got the food right there. And of NIFA and NIFA. Now, all of these, I mean, literally, our entire government, all about these types of nanotechnologies that are purely transhumanist, changing not just the image, but the form of mankind and his environment. This is man, mind, body, and environment terraforming. Now, let's just do funding and stuff. Let's go down. All right, now. In 2019, the nanotechnology for sensors and sensors for nanotechnology. Let's go back to 2010 just to remind us here. Okay. All right. See, 2010. Okay. They just keep moving forward with this. Signature initiative will emphasize cross-agency discussions of the technical challenges related to wearable, portable, and implantable sensors, an area of particular interest across many agencies. Agency-specific activities in support of this NSI will include DoD investments in chemical sensors for monitoring wound healing, smart molecular sensing machines that can function inside living systems, and quantum sensors. NSF has a dedicated program on nanobiosensors and biophotonics. This is one of the next projects we'll be cracking open. This is where things get very sci-fi, very Marvel, okay? Hence the importance of Marvel films. Hence the importance of the whole, Wakanda, Black Panther. People thought that was about race, and at its surface it was. But at its core, and ultimately overall, it was spiritual. It's a way to get people into New Age fantasy. But at its core, it was about transhumanism. At its core, it was about introducing transhumanism through an interesting phenomenon called Afrofuturism. right? Which is a literal movement, a, a, a literary or a literary example would be the work of Octavia Butler. Okay. I think one of her books I've read, Bloodchild, I think. And there was another one of hers that I read, Bloodchild. I can't remember the other one. Amazing writer. I mean, she's awesome. But again, she's a transhumanist herself. And what we have here in this Afrofuturism is this movement, more so a literary movement, but now it's been turned into this like music and fashion culture movement that takes gothic metal themes, like from rock music, metal, punk, gothic themes merging with hip hop themes, creating this type of Afrofuturism that appeals to transhumanist ideals of the future where races can transcend oppression through technology. Okay, this is precisely what, in my view, the film Black Panther and its series was all about. They're actually creating a video game now. Vibranium, there we go. Graphene-based nanotech, spiritual logic in a building. Shawana, biophotonics. Okay, now they just making up words. You'd be surprised what they making up right about now. You would be surprised. And I'm going to show you. Yeah, Manuel says Octavia Butler is brilliant, but she had a disturbing themes in her books. Yes, absolutely. And me, as a child, as a young man, always being very interested by the kind of strange and weird and, you know, out there, especially science fiction stuff. I really liked her work. But now where I'm at as a man, you know, and a man of understanding, yeah, I agree with you. Very disturbing themes that come from a place of pain, right, and come from a place of anger, but also brilliance. Yeah. So here we are, right? This very marvel, or as Brother Theo would say, marvel, this very marvel type of culture and vibe and social engineering, right? Propaganda that gets on a cultural level prestige, interest, the cool factor. It's cool to be high tech, right? It's cool. Now, I think that's what a lot of these films, you know, of course, it's the nostalgia. It's preying on the nostalgia of populations. I guess on the surface, we could say it's reconstituting old ideas to make money in a dying industry. But at the same time, I think it also, as all film and media does, introduces on a subtextual level a worldview or a philosophy, right? And I think this is the philosophy and worldview that these Marvel comic book films sneak in subtextually, is this fascination with transcending human flesh, human matter, through science and magic. You know, you get the esoteric, you get the new age, but then you get the highly technological and the scientistic, you know, all coming together to create this new man, this new future post-human era or chimeric future of mutants, right? So let's continue. Agencies specified specific activities in support of this. Oh, I read that. Okay. So can function inside living systems and quantum sensors. NSF, National Science Foundation, has a dedicated program on nanobiosensors and biophotonics. Biosensors having to do with synthetic nanoscale sensors implanted inside the body, especially in the bloodstream. Biophotonics has to do with communicating with biological materials, cells, via light. So when we see photonics, we see light. So this is light and cellular light, molecular light, and biological material communication. Okay, I'll be going into that. I'll be showing you guys quite a bit on that. In addition to a planned collaboration with NSF on nanobiosensing, right, and then once you apply AI to nanobiosensing, especially given, say, something like Starlink, where you have access to the Earth in a way that is at the speed of light through network communication, and you consider nanobiosensing capability access by way of people having it inside them, but also the artificial intelligence data and processing and know-how. Imagine what that does. Imagine the potentials in that. NIFA will support development of nanobiosensors for more sensitive, specific, and robust detections of pathogens. There we go. Hence pandemic. All about detecting ever-changing, ever mutating pathogens. We gotta catch them all, right, guys? Gotta catch them all. Toxins and various contaminants in food to ensure food safety and biosecurity. So again, we know how these things work. What should we look out for? What should we expect to see on an orchestrated level? I'd say, well, we'd expect to see orchestrated pathogens, orchestrated scandemics, orchestrated toxic spills and accidents, orchestrated contamination, especially in foods and food sources. This program also supports research and monitoring physiological biomarkers for optimal crop or animal productivity and health, animal husbandry. All right. And the development of cost-effective distributed sensing networks for intelligent and precise application of agricultural inputs. I hope you guys remember when I was showing you all the new drone technology that was being introduced to the agricultural system that will have these types of AI systems for precise and intelligent network application put into them, so they can start through automation and through remote sensing. They'll be able to monitor and manage and even control food production systems. This is a war on farming here. War on farming industry. Now let's continue here. NIDCR. Okay, this is the National Institute of Dental and Craniofacial Research. So again, we have the dental industry involved here, guys, by way of oral biosensors, fillings, heavy metals in the mouth, root canals, biosensors, guys, biosensors. This work leverages recent progress in wireless technologies, dissolvable nanotechnology based electronics, dissolvable nanotechnology based electronics. Let me show you one of those right now since we're on it. Let me show you one. Hold up. Check this out. CEPI. CEPI partners with biotech Gerada, the thin film to create needle-free jabs and improve access. There you go. There's your dissolvable. There it is. Just one example of this. Right? This was the fifth. Thermostable jab technology could end need for frozen jab storage, expanding global access. Supporting future scam response efforts. All right, so it's all here. The whole needle thing, the whole refrigerator thing was just an op. Just an op. Let's go back. Ooh. So yeah, electronics, microfabrication, and nanofabrication, as well as improved sensing and drug delivery. So these are another big part of the nano work, is drug delivery. So what they do is they create nanomachines, nanobots, that can deliver drugs throughout the body. Now I'm going to go into eventually some of my theories behind the purpose of that. Think about tracking and tracing the biosphere. Think about that. Think about what kind of data can be collected from such a thing through the guise of delivering drugs throughout a body. What else does it actually do? We'll be getting into that. Among other advances, research will target the development of of new or adaptation of existing biosensors for non-invasive, dynamic, real-time monitoring of physiological processes in the human body using the oral cavity as the sensing site, including preclinical safety testing to facilitate the translation of the oral biosensors into clinical practice. Everywhere, even in dentistry, these biosensors are being introduced. I'm telling you guys, my theory about this whole biosensor thing is what it is going to accomplish is the mapping of all human biological functions and processes. All. What do you think can be created with that level of data collection? Think about this, man. It reminds me of another one I'm reading right here. Mind Children by Hans Maravek. He's kind of talking about the future, and I'm figuring it out. Like, this was written in the late 80s, and it's like they're trying to create synthetic human beings that are not born naturally, that are not organic, but function just the same, function just like us. It's it's like some movie stuff, man. But as I do all this research, it just becomes very clear to me, in part, because there's many different projects, there's many different purposes, but this is definitely one of them in my view. And because I do understand the goal has always been to embody artificial intelligence, right? But they're going about it all wrong. You know, this whole, as Mervik would say, this top-down way of trying to get AI to reason. No. That's not how it's done. It's bottom up. It's bottom up. You have to recreate the organism from its most preliminary, from its most elementary, its most basic processes. I mean, this is why we see them creating a lot of AI models with worm nervous systems, right? And they were doing that in the 70s, I think. Bottom up. How do you acquire such levels of sophisticated data? You create, this is crazy. You create reasons, ways, opportunities to get into the human system in such a way that can map every crevice, but also mimic its the processes, the function. Because this is a thing, like we could, you know, when I do neurological research, we could see what happens in the brain through visual signaling. We could see, but we don't understand the process, the why. We see what it's doing, but we don't know why. So it's like what I'm learning more and more as I read these different papers and books, and it's like, wow. So what they're trying to, what they figured out they have to do. And again, these are just my own ideas, guys, you know, ideas, working theories, right? Real time. You guys are going down this journey with me. So bear with me here, you know. I'm always willing to be corrected or correct myself if I find out new information. But like what it seems like they're figuring out, the only way they could do this is this bottom up construct instead of the top down. They realize the brain, the ability to think, the mind aspect of AI, this intelligence, which is part why I think a lot of this AGI, super intelligence, you know, sentient AI stuff is a lot of honeypot nonsense, because they already know the most important thing about God's creation, the most significant aspect of mankind is not his mind. It's not his ability to reason, though that may set him apart, but it's the fact that that mind is embodied. It's embodied in a way that gives it communication with its external world, its internal world, simultaneously. This can never be reproduced in an unnatural way, right? There is this biological substrate dependence that forms such a dynamism, right, of human flesh and matter, external world, but spirit, consciousness, and mind and thought. All of these things, senses, feeling, touching, smelling, tasting, seeing, thinking, memory, strength, motion, energy, perception, all of these things happening in this amazing, instantaneous, reactive state of presence and phenomenology. Just pure brilliance when you think of this, right? All of this happens and can only happen through embodiment. I mean, I can't even count how many books on robotics and AI I've read. And honestly, none of them are able to even come close to understanding this specific dynamism I'm describing here. And the only way, at least for the most part, the biggest projects, they've gone about this is by trying to address the brain and neural networks and trying to copy the neurological system of the mind, or at least the brain, and starting this journey or mission or goal to create like a human or an intelligent machine through those means only, or specifically, or mostly, predominantly through the brain. Not to say the brain isn't important, it's extremely significant. But especially when you read more into philosophy, especially phenomenology and philosophy of the body and embodiment in general, which is something. All right, Prisma, good to see you, by the way. I thank you for sticking around. I know we've been on for a while. This is probably a long one. Thank you for being here, though. And, you know, as someone who's just kind of naturally gravitates towards some of these ideas, and even before I even knew what phenomenology was, I was already like wrestling with ideas of embodiment in relation to technology. Shout out to Stephen DeLay, who actually exposed me to a whole lot of really good philosophy that broadened my scope and kind of took my kind of green novice kind of philosophical dispositions to a more understanding kind of view. But as you dive into all these different areas, you discover how weak and limited some of their views are. Like when I read like some of these engineers and these robotic engineers and stuff, it's like you can tell they've never read anything or even tried to study aspects of philosophy and the importance of existence and, say, existentialism or phenomenology, you know, like, you know, Heideggerian thought or any of these ideas, because they're just making these machines that directly disrespect and disrupt a very essential human aspect of being, of literally being. And that is being in one's body, but also the embodiment of all human experience, right? And I'm not saying experience is only what's happening in the mind. I'm not an idealist, but I'm saying like the being can't happen without the body. But being also can't happen without the body being directly connected in a very metaphysical and physical sense to the external world. There's this awesome and strange object-subject interconnectivity, interdependence, intersubjectivity with people, but interobjectivity as well. None of this stuff can be, none of these things, none of these systems and realities can actually be done through a computer or through these like weird like AI projects. So what I'm discovering is that, and I think this is what they're doing. I don't know if they're doing this. I guess maybe I haven't actually found the right paper. Maybe I haven't found the right research project yet, but just on my own intuition and my own like logic that I'm coming to, they're trying to narrow that wide field between understanding human being and human consciousness just through the brain and actually understanding or embodying human consciousness. That wide range between there that's keeping them from that. They're trying to close that. And I think the one way they're trying to close that is through trying to account for, through measurement, actuation, and sensing, every possible like biological process inside the body. And they're trying to accomplish this, even if they may not realize it, through nanoscale networking. Imagine this. The body is so intricate, so complex and dynamic. And I don't think they're going to succeed here, by the way, okay? I'm not trying to say they're actually going to succeed here. There we go, Pope. Yeah, you following me, man. I hope you guys are following me. I know I'm just kind of like bouncing around, but you're following me, yes. Are you essentially saying they are focusing on the autonomous processes of man to attempt to build consciousness into AI from the ground up? Wow. Yeah, man. Yeah. And this is probably one of my most like biggest ideas that I've been working on, and I don't care to put it out there. This, you know, I don't, it's just, I can't help but try to wrestle with this. And I've read so many different like projects, and I always see the limitations, like, and I guess it's coming from the Christian faith. We really have a good understanding of our image, right? Our not just our biology, but our connection in a phenomenological and spiritual way to our environment, to God. It's like, for me, I feel like it gives me a really good kind of intricate understanding of how all these things are connected, right? At least in an intuitive sense, right? And so when I read these guys, it's like, look, man, yeah, you're gonna make a computer with a high IQ. Sure, you could do that, because IQ, as far as the test is concerned, which it only really tests working memory and like spatial and different types of intelligence, right? But it's not general. An IQ test is only going to really be able to tell you that someone's ability to have good working memory or good spatial intelligence. So you could get an AI to beat any test, you know, to beat any game that uses logic. You could make it very successful in language and all of these things. But what about the human things? Those are aspects of humanity, but humans aren't purely logical. They're not. In fact, we're far more emotional than we are logical. So I'm always running into these guys like, look, man, you guys are just trying to like, they're so preoccupied with their own intelligence and their own roboticism, right? Their own like obsession with being smart. Like a lot of these guys that grew up in STEM and, you know, probably didn't have much of a social life and probably never really interacted with the opposite sex. Probably, you know, just kind of buried themselves in fantasy and science fiction and math, you know what I'm saying, and physics, and probably were very high IQ, which kind of puts you in that direction already because you lack many social things and you have little social interests and you tend to hyper focus. And if it's also in addition, there's divergent thinking, then this is just going to be the course, right? So I'm not trying to like give a value judgment. But I'm just saying I can see how a lot of these guys, they're just playing with their ideas, but they're also working with a very limited piece of machinery, which is their brain. And they aren't connected enough with the vast dynamics of the human being. As a concept in general, they're completely removed from, I think, as I read a lot of this stuff. So it makes sense to me that they're going about creating a human all wrong because they don't know enough about the human, in part. But they're also preoccupied with intelligence. They're preoccupied with problem solving and very like IQ based ways of perceiving reality and value and meaning and purpose, that through this preoccupation they fail to accomplish what they're setting out to accomplish, which is creating a human and an intelligent, or a type of human like intelligence, right? So interesting. So the solution to this has come through biology. Because biology is far more significant. Well, let's not say far more significant, but let's say it's a very significant part that these neurologically focused projects have missed. So what I'm discovering is biotechnology is not about health. It's not about curing, solving public health problems at all. I believe, and this is just my own personal belief, I believe that in the majority of these biotechnological projects are about compensating for that which has been missing in the historical documented development of super artificial intelligence. And I think what they've discovered, because I've read several pieces that touch on this idea about the importance of biology, especially when I read like philosophy of technology, or if I read, say, anything from Heidegger, and a lot of existentialism. It's like you get a better understanding of what human is when you've kind of had different levels of data. So like you can get an understanding of human intelligence through the hard sciences and the physics and the math and all of that. But that's just the surface. I mean, you can't really understand the human unless you really look into a lot of the sociology history, the psychology history, which is really rooted in the philosophy schools of existentialism and phenomenology and all of these different areas. And then for me, it's like I get my grounding and foundation understanding of why these things are and how they are through a theological view, through a biblical anthropology, so I can understand why any of this stuff makes sense and why we have these desires at all. Right. And so I'm discovering that, okay, this is how they plan to do it. Now, I think ultimately what they want to do is they want to embody artificial intelligence. They want it embodied. They don't just want smart, like brain in a vat intelligences, though that's part of it. The uploading, the Ultra Siri personal assistant, the Her girlfriend, all of these things are very vital and important aspects of this future, sure. But I think and there's many different organizations doing different projects, but I think one of the major projects, at least if we're going to think about the motive, which is satanic, which is Lucifer, which is Satan doing this, what's the ultimate disrespect to God? to destroy his creation, but then to recreate it in a way that has nothing to do with him and claim that it's better, claim that it's perfect, that it's an evolution, meaning that it's an improvement, right? I know there could be evolutionary aspects that are negative, but you see my point. It's perceived of as progressive, as progress, as human progress, extropian progress. So if this, and again, these are just my own kind of perspectives. So in my view, I really see Satan trying to destroy mankind, destroy God's image in man, recreate a man, holon man, post-human man in his image, but specifically through his technology, specifically through his resources. Okay. Now, if that's the case, and then we also know that man or human is much more than brain power, much more than neurology, much more than the nervous system, much more than neural networking and communication. If we know man is inherently a spiritual being of matter, hyper sophisticated complexity, but also a phenomenological embodied experience that places it in time and space, then we know we have to go beyond the brain. We know we have to go beyond just mapping intelligence, so-called. What about the entire system? And I know I'm a long way to get to what I'm getting at, but again, I'm working this through. So next is the biology. So we go from more so focusing on intelligent machines through reason, more reason-based. A lot of early AI, it's all about reason, logic. Now we're moving towards a time where transhumanist technologies are far more developed, and we're able to create biological synthetic materials. We're able to manipulate natural elements and processes like light, photonics. We're able to use different types of substances and materials such that we can create metamaterials, like, say, the use of graphene. We're able to now impose on the biological fabric that God has used to create us. We've now come to the position where we can successfully manipulate matter such that we can create non-organic, non-biological matter that can be integrated with biological matter. We now can move outside biological substrate dependence into synthetic biological substrate interdependence. See what I mean? With that ability, then we're doing this, and I'm going to show you guys over time. I got tons of stuff. We have to map, and they're doing this. This is the part that trips me out. It's like, wow, they're actually doing this. Okay, I think this is why. Mapping out the entire biological system, and that was Pope. What did he say earlier about, I can't zoom up. Pope had mentioned mapping the autonomous biological processes with the nanotechnologies. What happens is when those nanotechnologies are able to operate in the body, but also gather data and information, or just merely be tracked by external operating machines. Imagine when those external machines are, say, different forms of sophisticated artificial intelligence, and they're able to make algorithms out of this autonomous processing that's being mapped. Eventually, couldn't it create a map of autonomous biological processes and then layer those maps from the different systems, CNS, para-CNS, limbic, muscular? It could map each system, and then once you have these systems mapped and turned into algorithms, what you then can do is adhere this to a type of neural system, right? And then what you get is a fully autonomous, though only based algorithmically, type of synthetic human creature, not a being. Now, the reason I don't think it ever would be conscious is because it has to run on we run on electricity of sorts. No, that's not true. We run on consciousness, but electricity is an aspect of this, right? But these things will never have life breathed into them. They'll have to run literally on energy sources. So they'll never be fully conscious. They'll never be human. They'll never be sentient. I'll even add that, even though they might appear sentient, they'll never be sentient based on the fact that they won't have life breathed into them. But what will they be? They will be good enough. The only reason I'm really coming to some of these conclusions is, I'm reading the historical, the old stuff. I'm reading, stuff from maybe 10 years ago. I'm reading current stuff, and it's all making sense. And as I'm showing you this here from 2022, this whole nanotechnology project, as you can see, everything is rooted in mapping everything on Earth at the nanoscale. And then we consider that these nanoscale machines are literally just data collectors and sensors that can be accessed, can be actually controlled, but also provide information and actuation, sensing. What is this actually doing? It's creating the ultimate digital twin of life in the form of data. Though it's doing other things too. It might even heal wounds. But I think what we need to realize, at least I'm realizing, that all of these different things are also forms of data collection. That data is very valuable. It's like mapping the human genome. What can you do after you have mapped the human genome? What can you do after you've mapped every human biological process? Every is a lot. Who knows? I don't think they'll ever do it. But imagine if they're able to map at least, say, some of the key systems. What they can create is this strange, algorithmically based and probably remote controlled synthetic human that will probably convince a lot of people that it's good enough, it's real enough. It's crazy when you think about that. So I think that's really where a lot of this biotech is going. Just to give you like some of my most kind of like core ideas about where all of this nonsense is actually going. There's a lot of things. Of course, they're creating a planned society. That's obvious. They want to create a type of, data-driven, nudged and steered kind of planned society where everyone's working through some type of algorithmic response input-output system. That's obvious, okay? That's the social aspect of it. That's the political. That's the civilizational level application of, say, interconnected, vast, smart technology of ubiquitous computing. That's obvious. But what are they doing at a more fundamental level? I think they are trying to recreate God's creation by fully mapping it in ways that they never could before. But now we actually have the technology to at least attempt levels of it. And I think the Internet of Bio-nano things is at least the initial way they're going to try to do that, because now at a nanoscale they can get into the most tiniest parts of the body and really know how everything works. Should be interesting. Let's continue. And listen to this. I mean, this is just the oral biosensors. Real-time monitoring of physiological processes in the human body using the oral cavity as the sensing site, including preclinical safety testing to facilitate translation. So if they get these sensors into every possible biological industry, I mean, you want to talk about mapping the human being. This is how they're going to do it. Yeah, they are playing God, and it will fail. I agree, Laura. I do not believe they will succeed. I believe they will fail, but I'm trying to understand at least how they're going to attempt this and what they are actually attempting. Because not for a second are you going to get me to believe that all of this wild science fiction technology is about making sure people don't get sick anymore. Okay? No, bro. There's no way you're going to convince me that all of this is to bring health to the world. Especially when these industries are literally running on, people's being sick. They rely upon scalable ill health. Okay? So this has to be about something else, obviously. And it's just, okay. Foundational research. The DOE Office of Basic Energy Sciences supports fundamental nanoscience research in the fields of material science, chemical science, geoscience, and bioscience with the goal of understanding, predicting, and ultimately controlling matter and energy at the level of electrons, atoms, and molecules. This broad and diverse research provides the foundation for the future new energy technologies, 6G, cyber-physical terrarium, and supports the DOE mission, mission in energy, environment, and national security. NSF supports a wide range of foundational research programs. The NSF investment includes discovery and development of fundamental knowledge pertaining to nanoscale phenomena in the physical, biological, and engineering sciences, research aiming to understand scientific and engineering principles related to nanoscale systems, structures, processes, and mechanisms, discovery and synthesis of novel nanoscale and nanostructured materials, including biomaterials and modular structures, and research directed at identifying and quantifying the broad implications of nanotechnology for society. Now, guys, this sounds like you're reading something out of a science fiction film or maybe like a Marvel comic. This is the United States government here. I don't think people realize what their government is actually planning to do with their bodies. Embodiment. The importance of it. We've been talking about this for years. I mean, even way back in 2017, we had a whole discourse on embodiment and the importance of embodiment in relation to VR. That's how I kind of first started getting into the concept of embodiment, because I knew right away that, interacting with virtual worlds too much is going to start to disembody oneself. You start to get detached from your corporeal, sensorial experience. You start to kind of that line between your body and what you're seeing simulated starts to have a weird, strange, uncanny valley of sorts. And now I'm discovering that, wow, why is everything about the body? What was all this jab stuff? They want to get in people's bodies and people's bloodstreams. They want to do this. They want to put kids on hormones. There's this constant everything's body. And then, over time, as, I dig into the AI stuff and I start to look at AGI, artificial general intelligence, and, concepts of the golem. And then I go all the way back to the beginning with cybernetics, and I read all Weiner's work, and I start to delve deeper into the history of cybernetics and post-humanism. And you start to realize, wow, their ultimate goal is to control all life on Earth through data and through remote ways, through machinery, to literally control and operate things like a true God, like a real-time God. And then of course you look into early AI. It's just really neuro based. It's real reason based. And it's like, well, what about the body? And then, a lot of these early thinkers like Weizenbaum and Turkel even reiterates that, the one thing that defines a human as far as like, something that's very essential that a robot can never be is having embodiment, right? So, okay, so the body is super important, clearly, just in the way we feel, right? In our phenomenology, the way we experience reality is through this body, it's through this meat suit, meat space, as they say. So now it makes a lot more sense to me why everything is targeting the body, because it's the next step. It's okay. They've gotten the machines to reason at a level that is, say, logically surpasses humans. It can reason better than us. But what can it not do? It can't sense. It isn't aware. Right? It doesn't have a body. Right? How do you accomplish that? You accomplish that through trying to map sensing, trying to map sensorial phenomenology in the body, presence, corporeal experience. You try to map that somehow through data, and you could present it through algorithms in a way that would appear natural, though it's not. It will appear as such. And when we see movies that depict this type of thing, these like synthetic humans that look straight up like humans, in my view, it's like it's in that kind of way. They're not really humans. They're really just running on sophisticated algorithms. But these algorithms are based on very, very complex and rich data of human autonomous processes that I think will require so much like processing power that I don't think they'll ever really accomplish it. But I don't know. That's one of my main theories regarding this. At least some of this stuff. That's one of my big theories is biotechnology, through the guise of pandemics, is trying to understand the most intricate biological processes that make up the human being, such that it can be mined for a symbolic representation of its processes via data, and then fashioned into algorithms that can create behavioral patterns and sets with the ability to operate in a way that appears real time. Now, what's going to be even more difficult is to try to create an actual material body of matter to house this data. That's going to be the most difficult part, I think, for sure, right? Because I know we have a lot of new metamaterials and a lot of new synthetics. But I have done some research in sex dolls too, and they're pretty advanced. I must be honest. They're pretty advanced. Some of the materials they're using now are very flesh-like, but the responsiveness of the flesh, what's the technical term of how the flesh feels? It's escaping me right now. How flesh reacts to the touch, to pressure. That type of that part I think is far off. But that's at least one of my theories. I believe a lot of this biotech is about that, is about creating a non-human creature. And we'll also go into biosynthetics, where they're creating legitimate hybrid creatures that are biological. So there's a lot of projects. But I believe Satan's ultimate goal is to be able to create a non-human like being completely outside of God's design. Copying it, of course, because that's all he can do is copy. That's why he's, in my view, why he's creating all of these nano networks, is because he's trying to have a vision that can follow how a human being exists. Now, of course, gosh, man, this could go crazy, right? Because we could think of how some of this nanotechnology can be introduced in vitro and map the development of the human being in womb. You see do you see the level of this, the potentials for this type of data collection at that scale, at that nanoscale? What can be discovered? It's far deeper than like tracking and tracing, though these are important. Yeah. I've been writing on this. Oh man, I'll definitely be organizing the thoughts in a better way. But I think this is definitely a big part of it. Because why such intricacy? Because I know it's not about healing. And then someone say, oh, it's about money. It's creating a new industry. Sure. Yeah. I know there's always the financial incentive. But there's definitely something far deeper, right? Far deeper. At least these are some of my ideas that I'm mulling over. So yeah, I mean, what does this sound like to you guys, right? Like material science, chemical science, geoscience, bioscience, with the goal of understanding, predicting, and ultimately controlling matter and energy. So it's not just the body, but it's the energies that produce experience, the energies that allow the body and the organs to function, but also the energy that surrounds the body and also describes its relationship to the environment too, right? Like kinetics in general. So controlling matter and energy at the level of electrons, atoms, and molecules. I mean, this is the fabric, absolute fabric of life, guys. Why are you going to this level if you don't want to literally map the creation and function and processes of what we know as life? I don't know, man. Maybe I'm too passionate about this, but here it is. Nanotechnology enabled applications, devices, and systems. The agencies participating in the NNI support R&D on nanotechnology enabled devices and systems across a wide variety of applications, including sensors, medical devices, and novel computing paradigms. Nanotechnology-enabled applications, devices, and systems make up the largest component of the NIH nanotechnology investment portfolio. Okay, so this is the beginning. Nanotechnology-enabled applications, devices. Applications will be in our phones or in the systems. The devices will be on our bodies or in our bodies. And systems are the cloud systems, the networking systems, make up the largest component of the NIH nanotechnology investment portfolio. Programs and projects include medical devices, nanotherapeutics, drug delivery systems, and novel radiotherapeutics, supported through several funding opportunity announcements renewed in 2016-18. NSF requests includes a variety of research activities on the nanotechnology-enabled devices and systems. For example, core programs in several NSF directorates will address the development of new principles, design methods, and constructive solution for nano devices, with a special focus on smart autonomous devices and systems. This is important. Smart autonomous devices and systems. Okay. Smart and autonomous. That's AI. Devices. So autonomous devices in body. Not cool. Not cool. Not at all. Okay. Now, let's look at Gates and see what this guy got to say. I wanted to show you this clip. Check this out. Regarding the food and climate change, etc. This is COP28.
We're really excited And I wonder if you can tell the audience a little bit about how important this partnership is and what it means to you.
Well, I'm thrilled that we're adding to the broad partnership we've had in many areas of health. We'll have more news about those in the days to come. But here in agriculture, which is so important, we really owe it to the poorer farmers to give them better tools. My awareness of climate change really came when I was visiting Africa and seeing that as the crops failed there more and more because of the temperature increase, that was leading to malnutrition. And of course, when malnutrition goes up, that increases deaths. It means that kids are not able to develop either physically or mentally. And so I was kind of shocked. And so I, as a kid who grew up in the city, I had to learn a lot about farming. And, the story of the CG system, I think, is one that people aren't well aware of. In the 1960s and 70s, when Asia, with its population growth, looked like it faced substantial starvation, it was actually the innovation in the CG system that was able to actually increase calories per person during even that high population growth time. And so CG overall has saved over 1 billion lives through its work. That's right up there with the very best health interventions like vaccines. And so we really need to double down on the CG system.
Double down, right? Everything is about doubling down on these new innovations, these new biotechnological innovations. And it's fascinating how they're always going to these very vulnerable communities with millions and millions, and in some cases billions of people to test on, but not just to test on, but to actually gather very, very vital data, like massive data sets.
There's reasons to believe that by using the latest techniques of being able to sequence genes, using AI, using satellite data, that for all the crops, not just the main cereal crops, we can make them far more productive and far more climate resilient. If we're able to raise for CG over the next 3 years, the 4 billion, which ideally they would get, they'll be able to improve the lives of over 500 million farmers. And so, this is a very fundamental, top of the list thing to address climate adaptation. Of course, we don't just want these improvements to be in the lab, we want them to scale up. And so share with us some of the additional things we'll do to make sure these advances get out to the farmers.
Of course, everything starts in the lab, right? Everything starts in the lab. Because they're all just science projects of these creeps. So I wanted to show you this clip to see how these same players are hell-bent on introducing these types of panoptic technologies like AI embedded in everything, collecting data on everything. Aggregating, blockchains involved as well. Now, what this does is it creates a type of like a panoptic prison state with regard to the food systems and farming. It puts control, again, it's all cybernetic. That's how this is all possible. It's cybernetic technologies. It seeks to control man, animal, and land via computer-based technologies, data, information. It's information theory being superimposed on the earth. And through the gathering of this vital data, they're able to understand vast amounts of area and processes. Very complex processes can be broken down to data scales that can be, organized and parsed through by artificial intelligence and create algorithms such that a type of design can go into the processing. And it's no longer natural. It's no longer imposed on by chance and influenced by emotion of human capacities. It's now clean, standard, sterile, and efficient, right? High utility, right? This is instrumentalism of human and land. Back to this idea of transhumanism wants to terraform man, but also terraform his land, terraform his ability to process or produce foods through this new type of processing system. But at the same time, it robs man, the individual, the family, the village, etc., from autonomously operating in the world, say growing your own food. It turns everything into this big factory-based mathematical system ruled by indifferent, completely detached, and I'd even say subhuman individuals who have no real concern with the people really dealing with these things. It's more about organizing and controlling systems, and people just become nodes. People just become mere aspects or specks within shards, of these big overall intricate systems that need to be controlled by kings of the earth. And this is just an example of that. And this was recent, the whole COP 2028 thing's going on now. So we have the COP 28, the environmentalism. Now, we won't have time today, but we'll be going into it. I want to also show you how the biosensors are also being introduced environmentally, right? So we're also going to, just like we have these new nanoscale systems put into the bodies for different management systems, for different actuation and sensing. We also will have the same types of procedures and methodology with regard to the natural world, the plant world, and agriculture. Now, of course, you won't really hear Gates talking about this, but I'm going to show you guys some of this stuff because these things are the deeper aspects of it, right? Clearly, he's more of the spokesperson to kind of sell the idea and create the culture of it that will get people to accept, big computer-based, AI-based organizations using technology to create efficiency and supply greater access and, more freedom and more security. But really, when we get down to the nanoscale, we start to discover that, they're using these very microscopic computer-based systems to create an omniscience, a true omniscience through just high-level data collection. And what they're able to do is map out processing of a plant function and growth as well. And they're able to monitor the condition of agriculture and plants from the inside. So let's just say plants or crops are something bad is happening to them, right? Whatever that process is happening inside the plants will be communicated through the network system by way of the sensors into the cloud and directly to the industry managers. So they'll be able to act upon whatever the data is telling them. Now, some people say, this is amazing. Do you mean to tell me that we'll have nanoscale systems that are literally inside of these networks? Say if it's the network of a plant or the network of the biological body, we'll have these little communication computer-based systems that will be able to detect error, right? Detect problems and give us a heads up ahead of time such that we can, mitigate the scenario or maybe preempt and prevent others. I mean, it's amazing. It's awesome. This is how a lot of people are going to look at this. But I think what they fail to realize is, and maybe this is an idealist position of mine. Maybe this is a traditionalist or naturalist position, and it might not be a very strong one. But personally, I just think it's invasive. I think it's a disrespect to nature, right? I think it imposes on a natural system with synthetic alternatives that could possibly create bigger problems down the line, um, even though there may be some level of efficiency or what have you, this could possibly not end well, right? And it's potentially a big risk to revolutionize and reconstruct synthetically entire ecosystems. Now, of course, they're going to start at small scales, but and then you read some of the ultimate goals of, like, say, World Economic Forum and some of these think tanks, and then you discover that, oh, well, really, you guys just want to control everything at the nanoscale. That just doesn't sound right to anyone with a thinking brain and a beating heart. It just doesn't sound right. This can't be okay, especially when we know these people are what they're driven by. What they're ultimately driven by is, a mixture of psychopathy and financial gain, all moved by demonic entities and principalities. Check this out. Just more evidence for the directions of things. Okay, so when we think about biosensors, when we think in that whole biotechnology, all of the stuff we were reading, mapping, understanding, predicting, managing life at the atomic level, atomic level. This is the building blocks of life, measured, collected, but also managed and manipulated. And not even by humans, but by automated systems through AI. And of course, they'll say, oh, well, humans are manning the AI. We're writing the programming. But for how long? We've read enough to know that you guys are very clear. When there's enough data, hey, it's hands off. The AI has plenty of data to act on its own. And it has perfect logic, so it's going to make better decisions than a human would. We get that. We know where it's going. So then you get stuff like this. Science is becoming less human. AI is accelerating the pace of discovery, but at what cost? So, some people are asking questions, but, the technium is just moving forward. I mean, look, really? Y'all really concerned? We see what you're really concerned with. You're concerned with new technologies, from artificial intelligence to biotechnology to computing. This is what's important to you. Not the livelihood, the spirits and hearts and lifestyles and experiences of everyday humans at a personal level. No, you're utilitarians. You just want to say, what? Personalities, individuals, subjects don't really exist. It's just masses that need to be operated on and managed through formulas and technology. That's all we read in your documents. I mean, we don't have to make up stuff. It's all here. I mean, we see what your ultimate goals and preoccupations are. I mean, look, man. I'm going to go right back to it because it's just too good. I'm going to read it one more time so people know. This is what it's really about, man. Where's that one at? Here we go. The BES supports fundamental nanoscience research in the fields of materials science, chemical science, geoscience, and bioscience, with the goal of understanding, predicting, and ultimately controlling matter and energy at the level of electrons, atoms, and molecules. This broad and diverse research provides the foundation for future new energy technologies and supports the DOE mission in energy, environment, and national security. I don't see anything about people in there. outside of bioscience, because I know that incorporates the body. But as I can see here, the body, the person, the individual is a mere object, a mere additional form of matter. Matter is all that matters. Naturalist body, the naturalist body. Right. So they're saying science is becoming less human. Yeah, because science is becoming algorithmically based. Now, let me show you another one here. As we wrap up, I don't even know how long we've been on. I've just been rambling. But I wanted to do our weekly live today, and I wanted to talk about some of this stuff because yesterday I must have spent at least 10 hours just reading, and I just been full of ideas. So I wanted to just really kind of narrow some of this down, put some of this out, and also follow up on the last episode where we started to touch on some of this stuff. And, and just thinking about the whole cyber attack op and how we're clearly being introduced to, the idea of change, preparation for change and transition. And, it's very clear some of the basic things that are happening, but, I can't help but want to dig a little deeper and figure out, what are some of the ultimate projects here? What can something like bio-nano technologies and nano networks, by way of the Internet of Bio-nano things, connecting it to some bigger networking system that can even be controlled atmospherically, say through Starlink, and what could this really do? There's something much bigger it could accomplish. And one of the things I've been working with is this idea of truly mapping the processes of life at the nanoscale to the degree that life processes can be demonstrated through very intricate algorithms of data. And if this were to be accomplished, you literally could create a semblance of human presentation. You could just behaviorally, and you could create through that data, you could probably create synthetic versions of those systems. Now, it would be highly complex, right? Like the materials you would need to kind of make a body with like this, but at least they would have the processes through in a form of data, which still isn't enough, right? But wouldn't it be like the next step if they've realized, okay, we've done the neurology, the neural networking, we figured that part out. Now we have to figure out how this body works. Now we have to figure out how this meat suit actually works as an entire interdependent, integrated system of flesh and energy and substances, fluids, etc. Processes, interactions, right? We have to be able to measure all of those things. Then the hardest part of all would be taking that data, those processes, but then creating an actual physical material body to embody that autonomous processing data of human biological systems. I think that's the part that will be most difficult, at least in a way that would, well, it would be very difficult to really make a human body. I don't care how great our materials are, but I think that it just has to be good enough. I see what people are playing with today regarding robotic toys and stuff. So you won't need much, right? You won't need much. But I can see them trying this, and I think I'm sure of it just based on what this stuff actually does. This level of engineering, in a sense, not materializes it, but digitizes human processes, biological human processes that I think are extremely valuable to those that want to re-engineer the human being. All right. Now, I want to take you to this paper here by Cold Spring Harbor. Of course, eugenics finest, genome mapping, biology, or biology. It's like a superpower of sorts. They're pretty influential. And let's look at engineering gene circuits. Okay. For mammalian cell-based application. Now, this is another paper. I pulled this paper just to kind of like build on this idea I'm having, right? Because I do see that, sure, this level of knowledge regarding how the body works and how processes work will give you the ability to probably retract a lot of disease, prevent disease, like, as they said, heal wounds. I mean, very X-Man. I think of Black Panther and that whole biotech hospital he had. I think of regenerative cell reproduction, like what we see with Wolverine, these types of things. Over the next several months, I'll be showing you all types of real time, or let's say real life, real world evidence of this type of technology. Now, again, it isn't at the level that we see in X-Men films, but it's the same type of they all have the same goal, the same purpose, right? Yeah, I agree, Late. It's not the tech what is the problem, but who owns it, and that is, it's not forced. I hate even smartphones. I agree. Now, what I will say is I agree with you. Like, that's always something I kind of stand on, is that, we can't inherently like demonize technology, because tools are tools. But at the same time, all tools are not equal, right? And all tools do not have the same outcome or use and consequences. So I think one thing we do have to consider, and that's for those of us that are being honest, and those of us who actually care about humanity and love God's creation, and love God in general, I think we need to ask what technologies are actually, what technologies are useful, and what technologies are useful but not probably safe to actually integrate and incorporate into our life worlds. Okay, I think this level of technology is useful, but I don't think it's what's the term? What's a decent term to use? I think I'm getting tired. Words are escaping me. I don't think it's clearly not safe, because I understand what the logic will lead to. But this type of technology is useful, but I think it's ultimately dangerous. I think it ultimately will be misused. And I think when we look at expedient, that's a great term, Hope. I think if we think about this concept of the technium, even though I don't believe Kelly's idea of it is legitimate, in that I don't believe like technology has its own spirit and mind, and it's like using humans to reproduce itself. Like, I don't believe that at all. Not to say egregores and egregores don't exist, but I don't wise. Yeah, absolutely. It's not wise. It is definitely not wise. But let's just look at this concept of the technium, not from Kelly's view, but let's look at the technological determinism through, say, an Ogburn's concept of it, that suggests technology and innovation is a product, right? Or should we say it's a byproduct of certain interdependent yet disconnected or non-connected processes, right? So innovation is a byproduct of, say, the cohabitation of intelligence, funding, materials, historical support for technological development, cultural support, say values and belief systems, religion support the idea of technological development, as well as things like financial gain, personal gain, as well as a preconceived lineage, preconceived historical dynamic or development of prior technologies that build upon each other. So we wouldn't be able to have, say, in our area, we wouldn't be able to have certain types of smart technologies if we didn't have a history of more traditional landline type level telephony being produced throughout the early 1900s. Technologies build off of each other. So if we were to look at technological determinism from that perspective, that technology in a very practical sense is just a byproduct of all of these things happening at once, cohabitating, creating a type of system. If we were to look at it that way, then we should be very, very concerned, very concerned about this technology here, right? And it should give us pause, I think, just based on this behavior or this byproduct, technological innovation, in light of this cohabiting process of all these things. We should take seriously, be like, hold up. Because if we address the fact that these technologies are being developed with all of these things happening, whether it be funding, resources, the right minds in the right place at the right time, chance, motivation, cultural support, lack of any value parameter that says this isn't a good direction. If we have institutions, industries, complete governments and support in cahoots with corporations, as well as a public body and culture that supports it and are all kind of got this technocratic view, if we have this kind of dynamic, what makes you think this technology isn't just going to build upon itself until we're just extinct and we no longer even exist? Because we're just like letting this byproduct like loop continue. So for me, I agree. Inherently, I guess technology isn't evil, isn't inherently bad. It's its use, it's a tool, just like money, right? But at the same time, I think we have to consider the fact that all technology isn't equal, and different technologies will have different consequences, and technologies are developed and innovated in different types of dynamics. And the dynamic in which technology is being developed today is very, very problematic, because it is rooted in a transhumanist / post-humanist, anti-humanist view. So at this point, I would have to address technology in a way, at least this level of technology, as a no-go. There's no need for it. We don't need it, though it can make advances in healthcare, et cetera. Given the dynamics, given the worldview, given the incentives, given the minds behind this stuff and the organizations managing it, no, I don't trust the development of this. I don't trust its diffusion and application in the world. No, I don't. So, though I think some of these technologies are amazing and kind of cool when you think of it at a science fiction level, when science fiction becomes reality in many cases, I have a problem. So yeah, I agree. That's always kind of been my stance. Within reason, technology isn't inherently bad. But I think where we're going now is no longer within reason. I think now we're trying to do God level things that are beyond reason. And I think there's this type of punch drunk bloodlust behind a lot of it. And that's troubling, right? So, that's, as much as I fully agree, I think we're coming to the point now where it might be almost dangerous in some regards to address technology in general this way, right? I think we're coming to the point now where we have to no longer say, well, it's just technology, it matters how you use it, though that's very accurate in most cases. Addressing biotech through the lens of some of our transhumanist initiatives and biodigital convergence and, full on total digital transformation, I think now we need to say, hey, let's fall back, y'all. Let's turn some of this down, and maybe just totally let's just discontinue. Like, honestly, I'm to the point now where I think artificial intelligence needs to be discontinued, or at least completely stopped. I mean, and I don't care what people think about it. I think it needs to stop. And I know that's not ever going to happen, right? But I really believe it needs to stop now, because it's only going to be used in ways that are extremely disruptive, but just disrespecting all levels of natural life and human dignity, right? Though I do believe a lot of levels of just machine learning are so cool, especially for certain industries, man. I mean, they're so valuable. So a lot of that machine learning stuff I think is great. Let's keep it. Let's rock with that. But the way they're going with this, trying to create AGI and sentience, nah, bro, because I know how that ends. And I also understand that they're now trying to apply that to the biology of humankind, such that they can actually create a non-human being or a non-human creature. People with that data will attempt that. I'm not saying like this is exactly what the American government wants to do. They want to create chimeric, synthetic beings. I'm not saying that, but somebody out there will use this very valuable data to do such a thing. So let's look at this real quick. This adds on this adds on to what I've been trying to describe today, this idea of mapping human, and this is cell-based applications, right? So this relates directly to the work now that's going on between Zuckerberg and his wife and their initiative, where they are building an AI to map the human cellular system, right? I believe that project it has a lot to do with these things we're discussing here. Once they have like mapping the genome, mapping the cellular system and processes and functions of the human being. Once AI is able to acquire this level of information, I can only see it as detrimental to the future of humankind. Though there definitely can be advantageous use cases for it. I will never see it being used in that way. And history is plenty of evidence for us to have that position, I think. I don't think there's any more room for consideration that would say, maybe they'll use it for good, right? I think we're better off scaling back and going to human scale ways of living and considering things that really matter, like the way we live our lives, concerning things like sin and lifestyle and how we spend our time, how we raise our children. All of these very human scale things, I think, will fix a lot of the problems in the world. But again, when you're in a technocracy, those kinds of ideas are foolish, right? So synthetic gene switching. Synthetic gene switches are basic building blocks for the construction of complex gene circuits that transform mammalian cells into useful cell-based machines for next-generation biotechnological and biomedical applications. Okay, you can see that. Ligand-responsive gene switches are cellular sensors that are able to process specific signals and to generate gene product responses. Their involvement in complex gene circuits results in sophisticated circuit topologies that are reminiscent of electronics and are capable of providing engineered cells with the ability to memorize events, oscillate protein production, and perform complex information processing tasks. Microencapsulated mammalian cells that are engineered with closed-loop gene networks can be implanted into mice to sense disease-related input signals and to process this information to produce a custom fine-tuned therapeutic response that rebalances animal metabolism. This is direct human remote control at the cellular level, guys. Imagine what this type of technology can do in the hands of the wrong people. I mean, you could shut people's biological systems down by pushing buttons. I mean, that's not good in anyone's hands. Progress in gene circuit design and the combination with recent breakthroughs in genome engineering may result in tailored engineered mammalian cells with great potential for future cell-based therapies. So this is a very technical paper, so I won't go through the whole thing. I just want to show you guys the level of some of this stuff, okay? I'll be definitely presenting a lot more of this kind of stuff to you, but there's one part on this I want to read just to give you an example of what this truly is. In relation to my point about mapping human life processes and doing so through what they call digital mirroring, but more importantly, and this is straight up cybernetics here, it's viewing the human being and its systems as like digital systems, or here they compare it to electronic networks. When integrated into mammalian host cells, programmable gene circuits may enable the temporal control of stem cell reprogramming, advanced cell-based therapies. Okay, I read that. Where is this at here? Now, shout out to Frequency. I know he studies biology, and anybody else in the world of biology, especially molecular biology, man, you'll have a field day with some of this stuff. This stuff is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Synthetic biology is an engineering discipline that aims to find solutions for biological questions by creating and developing a new biological machines find solutions for biological questions by creating and developing new biological machines and systems that are based on biomolecules and synthetic materials to perform customized tasks. Key: perform, customized, and tasks. Right? So missions, customized, designed, and perform in that they're controlled. Network abstractions of other engineered disciplines can be used to describe synthetic biology-inspired biological systems. For example, circuit topology specifies the interconnection of all components in a circuit and is commonly used in electronics. Circuit topology can also be applied in biology to show synthetic biological networks and to describe input-output functions. This is straight up cybernetics for the 21st century. This is, and I'll stop there just because, I mean, this is a really, really very dense and technical paper, but this is Viner, man. This is Norbert Viner. This is the cybernetics for the 21st century, man. Literally turning the human being into a machine. It's goodness. It's absolutely wild. And this whole COP28 thing. COP28 scrambles to agree a new draft deal after dismay over failing to call for fossil fuels to be phased out. You know, they're pushing the fossil fuel narrative, propaganda operation. They're really pushing this whole, like, we have to get regenerative, or should we say, alternative fuel resources. You know, it's all about digitization and electrification so they can bring in these systems, man. And then you see stuff like this, you know. This just cracks me up. I mean, these guys, they're just straight up hypocrites, scoundrels.
Are you the right messenger on this? Because you fly private planes a lot and you're creating a lot of greenhouse gases yourself.
Yeah, I probably have one of the highest greenhouse gas footprints of anyone on the planet. You know, my
kind of
personal flying alone is gigantic.
Shout out to Wide Awake Media, man. Goodness, man. I mean, what a piece of oof, it got me up here wanting to curse, man. What a piece of garbage, absolute trash. This demon. I mean, and he just says it with just such gall and cavalier. Oh, yeah. I swear, man. Yeah. So I wanted to dip into some of these things. I wanted to show you guys some of the governmental projects, right? So we can really see that a lot of the stuff we see in politics, like on the TV and on the legacy media, is just really a bunch of fluff and filler. Not to say it doesn't affect our everyday lives, right? Policy, especially locally, when we think of education, labor force, these types of things, very, they have impacts on our lives. Okay, so I don't want to completely disregard aspects of politics, but when we look at these politics, especially from the lens of, debates and, the controversy and especially even voting, I think we could get wrapped up in the weeds there. You already know how I feel about that. But I think, unfortunately, regardless of who we're shown, even though some people may say the right things, even if we consider, conservatism being the best way, and I agree, conservative politics are definitely far more superior than progressive politics and liberal politics. But at the same time, we realize that, let's see the directions of the overall government. And instead of being like divided into camps of ideology and political parties, we do understand when we look at some of these policies, the government in itself is not, a system of parties, is not, what is it, kind of divided in its views. It's definitely going towards one direction. And I've always tried to present through evidence that we're going into this type of transhumanist future that seeks to redefine humanity, which is essentially post-human. Transhumanism is still humanism. Transhumanism still wants to make man exceptional, human-centric in its, I'd say, proper sense. Transhumanism still sees man as the center of all things, all life. Transhumanism does still see man as the controller of the Anthropocene, right? Transhumanism is essentially just humanism deciding to utilize technology in a way that would evolve the biological structure of humankind, but ultimately to fix worldly problems, human problems, but at the same time still have man as the ultimate leader. And even in a patriarchal way too, right? So it's interesting to see how transhumanism is really, at least as far as I'm concerned, there's only an aspect of transhumanism that concerns me, not necessarily the whole idea, because the Christian worldview, it predates humanism, but it still shares the concept of the Anthropocene. Transhumanists and Christians can agree in the Anthropocene. We can agree that man is center, because humanism just came out of the Christian Reformation. It really just came out as a response to and development out of, right, individuality, or should I say individualism, liberal individualism. We get in the Enlightenment and humanism, secular humanism. But what we can agree upon is that man is the center, and at least of this earth, right, and has dominion, right. So the transhumanist and the Christian would agree man has dominion here, right. But we would disagree on how we go about that dominion, and we would totally disagree on how we perceive the concept human, how we perceive our bodies in relation to our environment and each other. We would totally disagree on so many levels there. But the approach I have to it is that transhumanism is really a transitional operation ultimately into a post-human era. And the post-human is anti-transhuman. In fact, the post-humanist philosophy and movement seeks to refute transhumanism and claim transhumanism is racist and oppressive and patriarchal and male-centered and disregards minorities and women, and the post-human perspective sees man is not center. The post-humanist view is anti-Anthropocene, in that the post-human view states that man is not the center of the earth. Man should not have dominion on earth. In fact, it is man's dominion on earth that has caused the problems we have on earth. Therefore, man needs to be knocked off of his pedestal. The entire ontology needs to be leveled as far as what exists isn't a hierarchical dynamic of thinking man, beast, and resources. It's leveled, and thinking man, beast, resources, machine, stone, bird, all are one. All are equal in their value, and no hierarchies exist. In fact, no binaries exist. Man, woman, machine, human, animal, fluid, substance, all of these things are one, right? This is the post-human view, at least in a general sense. So this is really, yes, there we go, spiritual hope. Transhumanism, man attempts defines himself with tech, yes. So what we get is with the Christian anthropology, man defines himself through God's image. Okay, and this is where I come. I come from a biblical anthropology. So my anthropology, with regard to culture, with regard to man's nature, with regard to man's origin, with regards to man's makeup, is God's image. Where man is made in God's image, man is accountable to his creator. Now, when we think of transhumanism, it aims to defy and transcend that by saying, no, man is not made in a God's image. Man doesn't really know how he was made, and ultimately all man has is reason, and through that reason, man has the ability to create technologies that can transcend even his own biological makeup. His own physical matter-based structure can be transcended through his reason, coupled with technological development by way of his own hands. That's then we, from transhumanism, then we go to the post-human that says, no, actually, that's not the case. Your view of man being reason only has created patriarchy, racism, death and rape and inequality and destruction of the environment. Your use of technologies through your reason and your man-centered, patriarchal, oppressive perspective has actually only destroyed the world. So actually what we need to do is redefine what human is, redefine what man is. Human isn't human. A man isn't anything. We are only beings and creatures and substances and essences within a very interconnected, interdependent, fluid, universal system of matter and potential. This is the post-humanist philosophy, the post-humanist view. And this is precisely, at least in my view, where I think things are actually going. And in fact, the transhumanist view is really not as nearly as important, and really is just a transitional phase, and really just a type of subgenre or subculture trapped within the pre-modern, modern, postmodern transition into supermodern posthumanism. The transhumanism is that which stands in the transition between modernity, so-called, humanism, classic secular humanism that we've always known since the Enlightenment. The transhumanist movement is that period between our transition of humanism into post-humanism. Now, on the lecture series, we go into far more depth on some of these dynamics, but I'm just trying to lay out how I'm seeing these things, how these things are playing out through the lens of the philosophical foundations that promote them. And these philosophical foundations don't only promote their philosophies, but they actually integrate them into the systems, into the politics, into the culture, into the markets and economies. This is exactly why we see a push for biotechnology. This is exactly why we see everybody wearing Apple Watches. This is exactly why we see everybody propping up a clear transhumanist and posthumanist, Elon Musk, claiming that he's going to put stuff in people's brains. Okay, so these posthuman / transhumanist philosophies have been integrated into the culture, into our products, and also into our policies. Today, I tried to show you how these are baked directly in our policies and being introduced as subtext and actually liminally in a lot of our systems and industries, unbeknownst to us and only presented to us through crisis, right? The only time we're going to actually be presented nanotechnologies and biophotonics and stuff like that is when there's some crisis and you're in need of some type of therapy or some type of help. That way, when they do address it or present it, you'll be more willing. And this is my belief, at least, why we are being inundated with nonstop exponential pandemic threats and exponential crisis of sorts. Because all of these very novel, very transhumanist, and human disrespecting technologies are going to be rolled out, and they have to be rolled out in a way that will be accepted without too much resistance, we'll say. Well, I haven't looked at the time. Have we been on 5 hours? We've been on 5 hours today, guys. Wow. How did I just do 5 hour stream, man? Well, goodness, I hope it was a good one. Jeez, man, I'm sorry. Damn. I really didn't. Man. All right. Well, maybe I should just shut up and get on my way here. I had no idea we were going to do a stream of this length. But I apologize. And yeah, Zowie, I'm almost embarrassed at this. What? 5? Time flies when you're having fun, I guess. Huh? Hey, I appreciate y'all still being here, man. It does fly. I'm sitting here like not even knowing because I purposely ignored the clock, and here we are, 5 hours, almost an 8-hour shift. Goodness gracious! Please forgive me, y'all. But I'm glad you enjoyed it, and you know this all of this just for those that have been following the work. This really fleshes out a lot of these ideas. Fleshes out, interesting choice of words, right? Fleshes out all of these things I've been trying to put together here. Really trying to map out Satan's use of technology in pursuit of redefining God's image through his own by way of his novel technologies. Yes. More to come, guys. More to come. I appreciate you. I love you all. Shout out to the mods. Or there's no mods on this channel. So those that are mods on the main channel, shout out to y'all, man. Appreciate everybody here, everybody watching, all the patrons, all the locals who continue to support the work. Thank you. I couldn't do it without you. I really, really couldn't. There's no way I would be able to do this. So I'm thankful so much for you. And I thank the Father for giving me the opportunity to do so. So I want to end the show as always by saying all praises to the Most High God. In Jesus' name, amen and shalom.